Lodz University of Technology, welcoming you all at the Polish and International Conference for Joint and Double Programs in Europe. My name is Marcin Witkowski, and I'll be your Monsieur Royal, or Master of Ceremonies for today. Welcome again, and a very good morning to everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, dear all, the organizers of today's conference is the Polish National Foundation for the Development of Education System and Training and Cooperation Activities Office from our national agency. The patronage for the conference has been granted kindly by the Minister for Science, Mr. Kulasek, and by the President of the Polish Conference of Rectors of Academic Schools in Poland. Partners of our university conference here is the German Academic Exchange Service, the Spanish Servicio Español para la Internalización de la Educación, the French Agence Erasmus France, and the Polish IROS Forum, the International Relations Officers Forum, with the media support of the Forum Akademickie from Poland. We have many distinguished guests here today, and let me welcome them individually. Primarily, let me say how grateful we are for the kind presence of the Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, Professor Andrzej Szeptycki. Welcome, Minister. We're very happy to have you with us today. Thank you very much. We have with us also today the Director for the International Cooperation Department at the Ministry of Higher Education and Science, Ms. Magdalena Maciejewska. We couldn't possibly organize this conference if it wasn't for the kind hosting by the Lodz University of Technology, and we have with us here today Vice Rector for Science, Professor Andrzej Albrecht. Of course, we have with us Director General of the Polish National Erasmus Plus and the European Solidarity Corps Agency, Mr. Mirosław Marczewski. We have the Vice Director of the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange in NAWA, Dr. Łukasz Gołota. We have Executive Board Director for the Polish Erasmus National Agency, Mr. Michał Wieczorek. Here with us today is also Ms. Irina Ferenc, Academic Cooperation Association Director. Irina, big hand, there you are. Hello. And with us today is also Policy Officer at the European Commission, Jan Mael Bido. Where are you, Jan? Hey, there you are. Hey. Beautiful. We have also many representatives from our partner agencies and partner ministries from across Europe, so let me welcome at least some of them. From France, we have a beautiful contingent, a large group of very nice people, so I'll name them all, and let's have the applause at the end of the list of our friends. Mr. Mathieu Osmond, Attaché for Scientific and Academic Cooperation, Embassy of France, Institut Français de Pologne. Ms. Léa Lamoureux, Scientific and Academic Cooperation Officer at the Embassy of France. Ms. Nathalie Roque from the French Ministry for Higher Education, Research and Space. Ms. Morgane Pradu and Ms. Stéphanie Moulinier from Agence Erasmus Plus Éducation Formation. Welcome, France. From the Embassy of Spain in Poland, we have Educational Counselor Office Representative Ms. Virginia Ron-Benoit. Spain, welcome. From DAAD Germany, the German Academic Exchange Service, we have Ms. Beate Körner. Beate, where are you? Yay! We should also have from the Czech National Agency for International Education and Research, Mr. Roman Klepetko. Roman, where are you? Yay, there he is, up there. Hello. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome everybody from all the alliances, all the universities, deans, professors, coordinators, administrators, managers, everybody whose work is so meaningful to us and so important. We're doing this for you, and we're so happy to welcome you to Lodz University of Technology, welcome you to Poland, and at our conference. Hello again. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our opening speeches, and let me invite onto the floor the director of the National Agency for the Erasmus Plus program and the European Solidarity Corps in Poland, Mr. Mirosław Marczewski.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed Minister, distinguished representatives of European, national and local authorities, Your Magnificences, rectors and vice-rectors, dear partners and co-organizers, dear guests and participants. It's an honor and a great pleasure to welcome you to the conference, the Joint and Double Programs in Europe. The presence of such a distinguished assembly of experts, academic leaders, professors, representatives of ministries and diplomatic missions, as well as international relations officers and professionals, is a powerful demonstration of the crucial role the joint and double programs play in shaping the future of the European higher education area. We are here to jointly build academic bridges that foster deep international cooperation and enrich our students' educational pathways. We have guests from 17 countries, moderators, panelists, participants of the conference. You are the experts, the professionals, and the visionaries who transform the idea into a real and life-changing opportunity for thousands of young people. Your knowledge, dedication are the very foundation for this conference. Over the next 2 days, we engage in a series of key discussions concerning quality assurance for joint and double programs, navigating complex legal frameworks for cross-border cooperation, and the strategic vision of the upcoming European degree label and its impact on mobility and automatic recognition. We will share specific models of best practices for program implementation and establish new connection among institutions collaborating on joint and double programs. I strongly encourage you to make the most of this opportunity for networking and the exchange of practical expertise at crucial fields. I would like to take the moment to express our most sincere words of appreciation and gratitude. First and foremost, our gratitude is extended to the esteemed representative of European Commission and national authorities. Your strategic and legislative support is absolutely fundamental for the development of joint education initiatives and the legal frameworks that enable and implementation of innovative study programs such as those we'll discuss today and tomorrow. Special thanks I direct to our invaluable partners and co-organizers, Lodz University of Technology, for the exceptional hospitality and unparalleled organization support. We must strongly emphasize the tremendous contribution of Erasmus Plus national agencies. I would like to thank the French National Agency for Erasmus Plus program, the German agency, and the Spanish agency, CEPIA. All Erasmus Plus national agencies' collaboration is a shining example of the cross-border teamwork and the aim to promote throughout Europe. I wish you insightful, productive, and inspiring conference and every success in building a stronger, more united European higher education area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Marczewski. And now on behalf of the hosting university, Lodz University of Technology, here is Professor Łukasz Albrecht.
Distinguished Minister, dear directors of many important agencies, including Agency for the Development of Educational, Foundation for the Development of Educational Systems and Agency for Academic Exchange, and also other national agencies dedicated to Erasmus Plus program, dear representatives of European Commission, dear representatives of Polish and European universities, it's really my great pleasure to welcome you to Lodz University of Technology on behalf of Rector of our university, Professor Krzysztof Jóźwik, It's really great honor for us to have you here. And when I was walking to this auditory for opening of this meeting, I was passing through the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, one of the oldest faculties of our university, and I saw a banner that was prepared on the 80th anniversary of our university that we are celebrating still this year. And on that banner, it was stated, Łódź University of Technology in the heart, or 8 years in the heart of technology. And I thought that this word heart is really important for what is going to happen here today. Because of few reasons. First of all, we are at Łódź University of Technology that is located in the heart of Łódź. We are in Łódź that is located in the center, meaning in the heart of Poland, and Poland is located in the center of Europe, so it is in the heart of Europe. So welcome to Łódź and welcome to our university. Second of all, we have gathered here people from 17 different countries. Almost 200 people came here with their heart opened to the topic of education, to meet here in Łódź to discuss how to further develop their passion to education and how to further develop cross-border collaboration within that area. It's really great to have you all here and to have this feeling that your hearts are open to discussion, to collaboration, to networking, to exchange ideas. It's really, really great, and bravo for all of you for coming here to Łódź. And finally, we have wonderful organizers. We have Ministry for Science and Higher Education. We have Foundation for the Development of Educational Systems. We have National Agency for Academic Exchange, many different Polish agencies, great people who have dedicated their passion, their hearts, their engagement into developing such a great event. And I would like to thank all of you for that effort and for bringing this event to Łódź University of Technology. Yeah. Applause for you as well. So finally, I would like to wish you a very good meeting here in Łódź. Despite cold weather and snow outside, I have this great feeling that your hearts will be filled with great emotions, with great energy, and I wish you that you share that beautiful energy among you, that you will leave Łódź with head full of new ideas, new inspirations, and new initiatives to undertake at your home institutions. And I hope that these discussions that will soon start on this stage and will also continue tomorrow will be really inspirational to all of you, and you will leave Łódź with your heart filled with good emotions, good energy, and I wish you good stay at our university, in our city, in Poland, and yeah, enjoy the event.
Thank you very much, Rector Albrecht. And it's true, ladies and gentlemen, and dear everybody, is there an old Latin saying which goes something like, your home is where your heart is. And I can only say that our hearts and minds today are here at the Lodz University of Technology. Thank you very much. We have more heartwarming words of welcome to you from our good and long-standing friends in the Polish government, at the heart of Polish government. And with us here today is the Minister, Professor Andrzej Szeptycki. Please take the floor.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be here today with you to open this very important conference, to see many friends, to see people from all across Europe. The joint and double programs are at the key of internationalization of European higher education, and they are also a major step towards achieving excellence in higher education. They offer students new opportunities to learn, to develop their skills, but also to discover Europe. Poland has been for many years very much involved in different initiatives in that area. Just to mention the Erasmus program, the European University Alliances, and also several bilateral programs of exchange and cooperation. Last year, the European Commission has proposed the concept of the joint European degree label, which will, within a few years, turn hopefully into the European degree. And this became one of the major points of our presidency within the Education Council. Negotiations were indeed tough, and I'm not saying that just because me and my team, we were involved in these negotiations, but it's also confirmed in the EU documents, and they don't say it about each item adopted by the Council, but about the European degree label, this is clearly stated, because indeed there was the question on how to find a balance between the autonomy of each state, each university, between traditions, local, national languages. This was the fear of some of our member states partners, and European standards, European quality, and common European label. Well, we did it. We've developed together two documents which not only introduce this European degree label, but also show a practical path, practical criteria, how to introduce it and how to bring us closer potentially to the European degree itself. And now we started working on that. We've just had the European Degree Forum in Florence, which discussed these important topics. We've launched the Policy Lab, which will be working on this topic. And here again, we are in Łódź to discuss double and joint programs. Once again, I would like to thank you for being here. I would like also to thank the organizers for having us here, the Foundation for the Development of Education Systems, the Lodz University of Technology. It's true the weather outside is not very good, but I think, well, being very direct, I think this will keep you here maybe more, to get more involved into the topic of joint and double programs. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful conference.
Thank you very much, Minister. It's very important for us that you remain committed to our European ideals and that you have been giving us so much continuous support. Thank you very much for your service, sir. And now we have a special treat for you from outer space because we have our new Polish astronaut, Dr. Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski, who has kindly agreed to record a special video message just for us. Would you please show the video?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to address you on the occasion of the Joint and Double Programs in Europe conference. Although I cannot join you in person, I am delighted to share a few reflections on the importance of joint and double degree programs in shaping the future of European higher education. As a former participant of the double diploma program, I had the privilege to experience how international study mobility broadens horizons, builds understanding across cultures, and inspires lifelong curiosity. Those experiences have profoundly influenced my academic and professional journey, and they remain a foundation of how I view wide collaborations in science and education today. Mobility is essential, even though, as of today, the Erasmus program does not yet offer scholarships to space. My career from research to the European Space Agency shows how education and international collaboration open doors to the most ambitious human endeavors. The foundations of what I do today were laid out during my studies abroad, where I learned not only scientific principles, but also teamwork across cultures and disciplines. The link between missions like Ignis and programs such as Erasmus or joint and double degrees is clear. They all help us to go beyond borders and limits. Erasmus gives students a chance to study and train across countries, while Ignis shows that science itself knows no frontiers. It reaches all the way to space. Students from different countries can work side by side, just like astronauts from many nations collaborate aboard the International Space Station. I would like to express my appreciation to all the participants of this conference for your commitment. Your work contributes directly to building a stronger and more integrated European education. I wish you inspiring discussions, fruitful networking, and continued success in your joint endeavors. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all a productive and memorable conference. Distinguished guests,
Thank you very much. You might know, ladies and gentlemen, and dear everybody, that Sławosz has been recently touring all of the major Polish universities in a grand national tour of space exploration and space promotion, space research promotion, and general educating everyone about the field in which he is so prosperous. And so we're very grateful to Dr. Sławosz Uznański for recording this message just for us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the point of our program where I need to introduce a keynote speaker. But before I do, and I welcome our keynote speaker onto the floor, let me say that this conference would not also be possible without the help, the engagement, and the incredible energy of the three ladies who are here present in this room. And let me welcome them most wholeheartedly. The Director of the Office of Higher Educational Programs at the National Erasmus Plus Agency, Katarzyna Aleksy. The Director of the International Center at the Lodz University of Technology, Professor Dorota Piotrowska. And of course, our keynote speaker, the Vice Rectoress for Internationalization at the University of Wrocław and the proxy to the Minister of Science for European Affairs, Professor Patrycja Matusz, our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in ancient Rome, we had a saying there was a triumvirate of three people, Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus. Here at the conference, we have the three lovely ladies, Katarzyna, Dorota, and Patrycja. And now Professor Patrycja Matusz, please take the floor as our keynote speaker. Welcome, Patrycja.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And this is the best and the great moderator, not only worldwide, but in the space, I think. So a bigger than Sławosz. Big applause, Marcin. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends, because I see so many familiar faces in this room. When I look at this vibrant gathering here in Łódź and in Lodz University of Technology, where I feel really at home every time I'm here, thank you for the invitation, for the joint and double programs in Europe conference, I see more than representatives of individual institutions. I see an immense potential to redefine European higher education through collective action. For decades, European universities operated with a paradigm of competition. Competition for best students, for largest grants, and finally, for the highest spot in global rankings. This approach, while driving excellence, often fragmented our potential. Today, we are witnessing a fundamental shift. The European University Initiative, launched in 2019, is reshaping the landscape of higher education, showing us a new path. The European Commission's February 2025 report underscores its scale. 65 alliances uniting over 570 institutions and I wouldn't say educate, but cover 11 million of students, which roughly made a half of students' population in Europe. These figures, drawn from January 2025 data, are, for me, much more than just statistics. They reflect a new revolutionary change in how we think about higher education. Please allow me to share my personal reflection from the third Forum of European University Alliances in Wrocław, held in June 2025 under the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union. When I observed the discussions, and the weather was totally different at the time, we had a funny, lovely sunny weather. They didn't book the right one. But at least you have a nice start before Christmas time, so maybe it's not bad. When I observed the discussion between rectors and the representatives of different universities and institutions in Wrocław, I noticed a fascinating phenomenon. They no longer speak about our university in singular, but they refer to our alliances in plural as a collective entity that transcends national borders. The shift in mindset from mine to ours is the heart of transformation we are building together. In March 2024, the European Commission unveiled a visionary plan for European degree, a unified diploma recognized across member states. In 2025, the European Degree Policy Lab launched a pilot project to test its implications and implementations, engaging universities, governments, and stakeholders to refine this framework. And I truly believe that this cooperation between diverse stakeholders is crucial for our collective effort. This is not merely an administrative tool, it's a game changer. Today's students are a global thinker, and I do believe they think globally, even living locally for a while. A student might begin their studies in computer science in Kraków, dive into artificial intelligence in Berlin, and complete their doctorate in cutting-edge lab in Barcelona. That's the dream, and this is the case of my PhD student who is going to defend before Christmas. A student might be, the European degree ensures that this intellectual mobility is not a bureaucratic obstacle, but a fundamental right for our students. But ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for this? The European Parliament's Committee on Culture and Education, in their comprehensive report adopted on June 2025, followed by the full Parliament's adoption on September, provide us with a clear and confident answer. They recognize university alliances as, and I quote, an effective tool for promoting academic cooperation and enhancing the competitiveness of European higher education. And I think maybe you are a little bit fed up with competitiveness because it was said so many times during different events across Europe in the last months, but I think competitiveness and everything around this word is so crucial for the future of Europe. This is not just a question about money, however, we always speak that everything is about money, but in this case, it's not only about money, but of strategic decision and priorities. This resolution reflects a strategic commitment. Europe will not merely follow global trends, but will lead them. The European degree is a cornerstone of this ambition, enabling students to navigate a seamless education journey across borders. It's a bold step towards realizing the fifth freedom, so the free flow of knowledge, ensuring that our universities are global leaders in innovation and education. Here in Łódź, we are not just discussing theoretical framework, I believe, but we are celebrating concrete successes that demonstrate the power of collaboration. We must not forget that success requires more than good intentions. It demands sophisticated administrative coordination, which is very challenging, academic quality assurance across borders, and the fundamental rethinking of how we structure university education. Joint and double programs are the building blocks of the European education area, transforming abstract ideals of integration into tangible educational experiences. The focus of this conference on joint and double programs highlights their role as the practical embodiment of European integration. These programs, where students earn qualification from multiple institutions through integrated curricula, are where lofty ideals meet real-world challenges. The Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters, and this is my favorite program. I've just celebrated 20 years of one of the Erasmus Mundus Joint Master in my university, 20 years, and I still remember my first student from the first group. So it's a journey, and this is something which we should be proud of, and of course, this is also an example of successful story which can be a starting point for further discussions. Further proof that this model is a success, definitely. The Erasmus Mundus, with over 600 joint programs now operating across Europe, as reported by the Commission in September 2025, we see students studying in multiple universities, say in Lisbon, Vienna, Helsinki, earning globally recognized diploma that no single institution could offer alone. But we are going further. The next wave of joint programs discussed here in Łódź includes innovations like joint online courses accessible to all students, geographically distributed research labs functioning as single units, and co-titel doctorates as standard practice. And I have to add to this list the micro-credentials that I became a fan of. These advancements are not just technical. They redefine what the education can be, creating a truly transnational academic space, We are going back to space, from the video to the academic space. Let us not hide the truth. However, the path of a truly integrated European educational space is not paved with roses. The European Commission's February 2025 report celebrates a remarkable program. I already said the 11 million students covered by the alliances, but it also identifies persistent barriers. National differences in accreditation standards, legal systems, and academic traditions created friction. Harmonizing ECTS credit system may seem like a technical details because we have been discussing this for forever. But it also can stop student mobility. The European Parliament's September 2025 resolution provides critical guidance. It calls for streamlined administrative procedures that respect institutional autonomy, emphasizing that harmonization means not the uniformization. So we shouldn't be all the same, but we should try to work together. Our diversity, cultural, linguistic, academic, is our strength, and I truly believe in this sentence. A joint engineering program could merge German precision with an Italian creativity, creating something absolutely extraordinary. Long-term financing remains a critical priority. And here, the September 2025 parliamentary resolution provides crucial guidance. The Parliament explicitly calls for increased funding for university alliances under the next multi-annual financial framework and emphasizes the current Erasmus Plus financing cycles must be better aligned with the long-term nature of institutional transformations. Why? Because universities think in decades and the Commission thinks in 7-year circles. Let me pose a provocative question. Can European universities afford to compete in the world where global players are uniting? American universities, and I know it's not the best example probably, because we are now discussing the American situation very often, but let me use this American example. American universities dominate rankings, which we are obsessed with, not because they are inherently superior, but because they are collaborate effectively, like Harvard, MIT's Joint Research Initiative or Ivy League's shared resources. But China's double first-class strategy leveraged institutional synergy to build world-class consortia. European fragmentation risks losing our brightest mind, boldest innovations, and global influence. The Parliament's resolution frames it as a part of fifth freedom. The European degree and joint programs are not just educational tools. They are instruments of soft power and hard competitiveness. Again, this competitiveness. But this requires a cultural shift. How do we convince a professor who has spent decades building their department prestige to share their best students with other institutions? The answer lies in redefining success as collective strength and not the individual institution success. We also need new ways to measure the success. Traditional university rankings are not adopted to evaluating the success of joint and double degree program. A program delivered by 3 universities across different countries, say a master's in sustainable development, involving Delft, Bologna, and Łódź, doesn't fit neatly into existing metrics. The Commission's February 2025 report suggests innovative frameworks, a joint program impact index, to measure graduate employability and career progression, a cooperation quality coefficient to access seamless curriculum integration, or a student mobility success score to track how efficiently students navigate between different institutional systems. These metrics reflect the unique excellence of joint and double programs and will redefine how we evaluate academic success. At the heart of this transformation are, of course, our students, digital nomads who care about quality and not about borders. Their demands access to best lecturer, cutting-edge research opportunities, and seamless mobility access. The European degree, it's not a gift for them, but it's something they required. And the natural answer to their expectations. The pandemic taught us a vital lesson. Physical borders need not limit our cooperation. Digital interoperability, perhaps it's not the most glamorous word, is the key. When a student in Krakow can enroll in course in Prague and get the credits automatically recognized in their home university, it's what the integration of our system is about. Students are not just the beneficiaries, they are co-creators of the new era. Their feedback shapes joint programs' curricula, and their mobility drives innovation, and their ambitions, I hope, push us forward. Joint and double programs are not a futuristic dream. They are our present reality. They transform abstract concept of European unity into concrete experiences. Every joint degree, every double program completed, every co-tutel doctorate defended is a step forward to European education area. But we must dream bigger. Imagine the laboratories tackling climate change with researchers from Lisbon to Helsinki, collaborating in the real time. Picture transnational startup incubators where students from multiple universities co-create innovative businesses. And finally, envision a European Center of AI or ethic research, pooling expertise from across the continent. No single university achieved this alone, but alliances, and here I mean not only European university alliances, but any kind of network and cooperation can do it. Let's leave Łódź with more than idea. Let's commit to concrete actions, new partnerships for joint programs, shared curricula that break down borders, and bold steps towards a European education area. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to challenge each of you. What will your institution contribute to this vision? How will you shape the future of education and joint programs? As we conclude, let's carry this energy forward. These programs we discussed here in Łódź are the foundation of the new European education, one that empowers students, drives innovation, and secures our global leadership. And I truly believe that together we are stronger, and together we can do more. Before I say thank you, I would like to say that it has been a very dynamic year for me and for my institution. We usually speak about successes, and I think my team is sitting up there. I think we achieved a lot in this year, but speaking about failures, of course there are always failures, but I'm not the person speaking about failures. But I would like to thank everyone who joined me during this year journey. It's my final stand-up this year because starting from tomorrow I'm taking a break for a while. So thank you very much that I had the pleasure and honor to be here and share my ideas with you. Thank you, Kasia, Mirek, Dorota, for the invitation, and I leave you with Michał. That's much better than me.
All right, Saint Michael is not a bad saint. Saint Martin was only sharing his cloak with a poor person. Saint Michael was higher up in the ranking of saints, so that's fine. Don't worry about this. All right, as you have heard, we are indeed stronger together, ladies and gentlemen. In order to prove this point, I think there's no better way than to invite our panelists onto the stage, because ahead of us is session number 1 under the leadership of Professor Dorota Piotrowska, who's our moderator. Dorota, please take the floor. Let's welcome Dorota on stage. And with her this morning, we have excellent panelists from La Rochelle Université France, Stéphanie Bordenave-Juchereau. Where are you, Stéphanie? Welcome, welcome. From the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, NAWA, Dr. Łukasz Gołota. From Ireland, the Institute of Art and Design plus Technology, Deirdre O'Toole. Where are you, Deirdre? Hey, there you are. Okay. And from University of Leipzig, Germany, we have Tabea Maga. Please take the floor. Give her a big hand. Okay, Dorota, we have 45 minutes.
Only 45.
45 minutes.
Hour.
We have to make it,
Much
all right?
more time.
Thank you.
Okay, we will do my best to fit. Okay. Welcome, everyone. I must admit, this is quite a challenge to lead a very, yes, please take a seat. Welcome to the floor. Oh, okay. Okay, I must admit this is quite a challenge for me to lead the very first discussion at this very important conference because we are all extremely excited about European degree level. So we all feel this strong desire to jump straight into the latest development discussion on European degree. European Policy Lab, European discussion that we had in Florence. However, I would like to pause this excitement for a while and go back to the origins of joint and double degrees. Because the truth is, European universities have, developed many solutions in the field of joint educational initiatives, not necessarily joint and double programs, but there are many models that have been developed. So let us share with you some developments and some experiences that we have developed over many years. We have, for example, Leipzig University, who started the first joint degree. It was in 1990. So long before Erasmus Mundus appeared, long before European alliances appeared, and long before European degree and European degree label. So this is the main goal of this session, to highlight some, experiences, some challenges, but also some success stories around joint educational initiatives in Europe. Of course, right now, there is a strong call for universities being a pillar of a competitive Europe. This is quite a challenge for us. Me being at the heart of a university, I feel this strong, challenge to become more useful for the purpose of a competitive Europe, because we all feel that we should focus on education, research, and we don't feel the strong desire of a European government to become a heart of a competitive Europe. Many universities have developed different approaches, and for many years, universities have been calling for clear, more harmonized solutions to implement joint programs. So there were so many, this interest could be visible through many projects and countless international policy papers, institutional guides, and so on to navigate the complexity of joint educational initiatives. If we have a look at the policy timeline, we can see numerous milestones interministerial agreements, of course, the Bologna process, and the successive communiques and different documents that played very important role in this discussion. But the truth is, Europe already has a rich and diverse ecosystem of joint and multiply programs and joint and multiply educational initiatives. And this diversity includes fully joint degrees, also double, multiply degrees, shared components, and also some distribute models. So the landscape is really multicolored. A few years ago, our National Agency for Academic Exchange conducted an incredible study, and actually, by the way, it was led by Kasia Alexe. They managed to collect all experiences from Polish universities being involved in some ways in different joint, multiply educational initiatives. And I must say that was a truly visionary project that right now helped us so much in developing like new approaches towards European degree. And we have discovered like many models, parallel joint programs that are conducted in parallel by partner universities, okay? So like the same program that is run at many institutions in parallel. We have also some study programs that are only partially identical, but still leading to like joint degree or joint certificate or double certificate or degree. And of course, there are also some programs that are run jointly by different institutions with a clear division of responsibility between partners. So this is also a very popular model among Polish universities. And of course, this one, so the same identical program that is run in parallel in different partners universities and very much based on like mobility schemes and recognition, leading again to multiply degrees or joint degrees. And the last one leading usually to double degree. You have two separate programs, two separate institutions running two different programs, only partially like similar and still leading to the multiply degree. And this is my favorite one because this is the place, the space where finally validation rules and finally recognition of learning outcomes is taking an important role. So as you can see in Poland, we have developed like many different models leading, and our experience is very wide. However, we all face still some challenges, and the first one, and the most important one, this is the terminology challenge. This is one of the biggest obstacles that remains, a big issue for us. Words such as joint programs, double degree, joint studies mean different things in different countries. Okay, so this complicates really accreditation. This really complicates the negotiation, curriculum design, and so on and so on. And I am reminded of my first negotiations, was almost 20 years ago, with Commission Titre d'Ingénieur. I still remember how embarrassed I was when the distinguished professors from CTI corrected me many times, saying that we are not talking about the joint degree, we are talking about titre d'ingénieur.
Don't look at me, I wasn't
That was quite a lesson for me. And well, by the way, I'm looking meaningfully at my colleagues from Bernon, Timothée, from Commission Titre d'Ingénieur. By the way, it would be great to hear from you on Q&A session. How do you view this terminology today? Comparing to the European degree issue, right? So this is, and to Ecuador. Alexander Sushnar is with us, and thank you very much once again. Where are you, Alexander? Yes, you're here. Thanks to this European approach, we have finally clarified the definition we are using when speaking about the joint degree and double degrees. And thank you very much for this document. It's like quite old document, am I right, Alexander? However, right now we have a clear vision what sort of nomenclature should be used to move forward. And I will share those slides with you as I have, the time is shortened by 15 minutes, so I cannot go through all my slides, and I would like my panelists to take the floor because there are real practitioners. However, please have a look after the different barriers that a pilot project have identified. There are more than 50 barriers identified when conducting joint degrees, double degrees, different educational initiatives. There are in different and I promise you, all of them will be somehow covered by next sessions, and they will explore them in great depth. However, I would like my great panelists today to share with you some lessons they learned through conducting, co-delivering joint double degrees, and the way they maybe overcome some challenges, legal accreditations, administrative, and all of them have been already mentioned by Professor Patrycja Matusz, by the minister, and of course some financial issues play an important role. And this one is also my favorite one. The way we define the learning outcomes, the way we define the qualification, the way we defined, we assigned ECTSs, okay? We are so different, so diverse. And so this is also something we need to develop and we need to solve somehow. And of course, recognition plays an important role, and this is still a challenge for many universities. Student recruitment, admission procedures, and qualification recognition, this is also an issue. Mobility recognition and credit transfer issues. And the last but not least, very important, the low recognition of joint degrees and joint certificates by employers, by those who are receiving. So this is a great challenge we need to somehow face, but I do hope this session will bring you at least some ideas. And now I will give the floor to my great practitioners, panelists, starting by Lodz University of Technology. So the floor is yours. Please join me in, because probably it will be easier for you to.
So hello from my side. I'm working at Lodz University, not quite technology, but I see why you're mentioning this. Thank you for having me today. I'm really honored to be part of this panel. I was explicitly asked to not focus on our alliance, so it might come as a surprise, but you will learn a lot of Leipzig today, about Leipzig. So let's start here. It works great. I was asked by Dorota to include some note on regulatory frameworks, what we do in Germany. I'm aware there's a session coming up in the afternoon, so I will keep it very brief, but however, this gives me the opportunity to torture you with the German hobby we have. Anyone who has ever tried to learn German knows that we love to throw in nouns as many as you can possibly have, and it's called compounding, and then we have terms like Musterrechtsverordnung. And it's not even the worst. If I had more slides and more time, you would get something like Studienakkreditierungsstaatsvertrag. So that's a treaty behind this. But no, Patrycja, thank you. So we'll leave this to the colleagues representing German universities in the afternoon, just to give you a brief idea. We do have a national framework for joint programs, which is then, we have our own Europe in Germany, we have 16 federal states, which then interpret the framework into their law. So the binding law is actually on the level of federal states. And as you can imagine, we have the first irritations and let's call it euphemistic diversity there already. But to have it in a nutshell, double, joint, and multiple degrees are enabled. We have then varying details of conditions. Sometimes the universities impose some restrictions, so that is very, depending on the location you're in. Leipzig University is located in the state of Saxony in the east. And going back to what you said, Dorota, about our first program, it wasn't really 1990 because back then we were still busy gathering the pieces of the wall, which had kind of crumbled then. So it was more like 99, late 90s. But yes, we have been very early onward. We have been venturing in the case of joint programs. But back to Germany, we are applying the European approach in accreditation. So this is fully implemented in Germany. When I say fully implemented, I'm of course speaking of the theory. In practice, we have, at least at Leipzig University, we've managed to undergo 3 procedures successfully, so we're slowly getting there, I would say. Now, I told you you're going to learn a bit of Leipzig. I was also asked to not advertise too much, so I'm not going to say that it's a beautiful city and a great university. But to give you the idea of the context, we're then, which will be my perspective in the discussion on the panel, it's a comprehensive university, the second oldest one in Germany, so we celebrated 600 years a while ago. We have roughly 30,000 students, 151 degree programs, and I'm mentioning this because it then relates to the amount of joint programs and double degree programs, which we have currently 20 of. And then usually when I say that, people are like, oh, wow, 20, you know, it's amazing. And then I always say, like, yeah, but, you know, some of them, they have like 3 students, so it's relative, right? So we do have big ones. We are part of Erasmus Mundus, and I'm also a fan, Patricia, as I said, but and not just for the finances, but we do have very small programs as well. The first one, quite early, as we said, stems from teacher education, which I picked here as an example, and we can talk about this later when we come to obstacles, because it was definitely not a path of roses. And I know that France is represented well here today in this room, and I can say that we really have a history of from year to year, each of us having stately reforms, which then led to other reforms on the other side and reforms again. So we've been going to and fro with a bachelor, master, back to diploma, back to bachelor, master. So that was quite a story there. All in all, at Leipzig University, we have partner regions all over the world in our joint programs. So we do not have a prioritized region or a subject area. It's really everything from chemistry to philology, even though philology is leading, as you can imagine, because it's kind of their natural subject to dive into other cultures. A challenge is joint programs at undergraduate and PhD level. Just as a teaser, we are active in both. We have co-tutors, we have 2 joint, no double degree bachelor programs, but we face more challenges there than with a master. Okay, last slide, because I promised to keep it brief. Yes, I could see you already nodding from the side, sorry. Don't worry, I'm not going to read all of this, just to give you an idea, and I'm sorry, Dorota, I smuggled in the alliance here. Because as we discussed yesterday, yes, in all joint programs, we have components and challenges and solutions which are the same, whether it be an alliance or not. And then again, we do have differences. So just to point out, I mean, you're all enabled readers, so I'm not going to read it, but to point out the difference is that as an institution, Leipzig University works very much bottom up. So we would very much react on the initiatives of the academics and always I try to counsel them, because that's my job, to really build up partnerships slowly, to start with single components, then develop them into a joint program, which worked very well, and to take the institution on board. We've heard this before, I think, and which is kind of a special feature, let's say, at Leipzig. The jointness for us is really, and I think this is in line with the European approach, is very much about the joint curriculum, the joint mechanisms, and the degree in the end, whether it be double or joint or multiple, for us is not a priority question. I'm aware I'm contradicting EU policies here, so that's why you have the alliance side on the other hand, which is of course focusing on the joint degree in line with the European degree again, and we're having now 3 implemented programs there and 7 in planning with some colleagues here in the room, actually, which are quite active, also Polish colleagues. And there, of course, we're focusing more on the joint degree and also trying to train our staff within the Alliance to get a harmonized understanding. So I'll leave it here with a funny, I see now that you have the red circle there, which was, once upon a time when I did the slides, it was circling Leipzig for you to spot it easily. And now we're all at sea. So let's keep this as my final statement. Are we all at sea with joint programs? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us now move to the Irish perspective.
5 minutes. Hi, everybody. I'm Deirdre O'Toole. I come from IADT, which is the Institute of Art, Design and Technology in Ireland, and I also represent Film EU, which is our university alliance. And unlike the visual storytellings that I teach, I'm not going to have any visuals today, so you just have to listen to my voice. Film EU is a European university with a specific remit for cultural and creative industries. We're led by University of Lusofana in Portugal, but we include 8 partners, including Lucas School of the Arts Belgium, IADT, myself, VIA in Denmark, LMTA in Lithuania, and NATVA in Bulgaria, and VSMU in Slovakia. I'm here to talk about putting together the first joint BA from Film EU, which is a practice-based joint BA. All 8 institutes within Film EU contributed to the design and the writing of Pathfinder, but only 4 ended up being the initial teaching partners on it, which is part of our story, the good part. All of us have come from a lot of experience of joint degrees. In the Film EU Cosmos, we've designed and ran over 9 joint masters. So we're coming with a lot of experience. We also, I have to say though, when you go from designing a master's and getting that kind of experience and you know, confidence, I would say, when you go to a BA, there are some strong differences that you need to consider. MAs generally come with more funding and scholarships. That's a big one. Generally, our MAs are self-contained. They do not require hybrid and parallel teaching. Oh my God, I've got slides. Amazing. Then I have a video. You can play it. Go for it. I don't know if there's... If I have any other slides. It's kind of exciting, this.
Okay, I will show.
Okay, so back to things that are different between MA and BAs. Oh yeah, this is it. Generally, students are more independent because they're older. There is a big issue in terms of admissions policies. Because we're in Ireland, we are linked to a national admissions policy into all the universities, which does not align with the advertising for other countries, and it does create quite a lot of problems for us. Yeah, okay, great. Pathfinder, what is it? It is a 3-year joint degree. It's taught, and currently students can begin in 4 of our campuses in Sofia, in Brussels, in Dublin, and Lisbon. No matter which place they start, they undertake the same first year. We teach 3 of our classes a week hybrid, so it means that you can get the expertise from across Europe. And some of our practice-based modules are on campus. But in first year, they do the same no matter what country they start. In second term of first year, they all go on a BIP, a blended intensive program, which I'm sure you all know about, to one of our associate partners in LMTA in Lithuania. This is not only a great way for the students to get to know each other in this first year, people get to know their classmates they've seen on the screens, but it's a great way of also being able to include associate partners who may or may not, for different reasons, be able to be full partners at this stage, but plan to maybe be full partners in the future. It's definitely something I would recommend. In second year, they swap campuses, and in third year, they probably are going to swap campuses again. I'll let you know by the time we get there. Now, we had backup because as part of Film EU, we were part of the Etiquette project, which was trying to align our policy frameworks and our national policy to the European degrees, and it tackled mobility, credit recognition, and learning outcomes, all which went into the design of Pathfinder. We also did a lot of BIPs. We launched what's called the Film EU Challenge. So every year, our students would work together to do 2 3-credit ECTS modules, which included BIPs, so that we could start working together. This trained our staff in joint assessment, in hybrid teaching. It also gave us ideas of who each campuses were and allowed us to visit the campuses and get to know the culture together. I know Dorita asked me to talk about things that you could do when you're thinking about starting BAs, and this is a really great one. Before you get the pressure, having these joint working opportunities is fantastic. And then all of our design process led up to the QQI evaluation process. You can all read their wonderful document about our course, it's online. We went through the European degree label as much as we could, the steps that would align us to the European degree label. And the key findings of that report was that we had strong cooperative foundations, relevant curriculum and learning outcomes, and a robust mobility structure. This was so helpful to us in both the design and hopefully future implementation of the European joint degree label. And we ran it in September. We don't have that slide, that's fine. And it's difficult and fun. It's lovely. But thank you for having me and for the haphazard nature of this.
Let's listen to the French perspective for the next 5 minutes.
Well, I will try.
Would you like me here?
It's this one. Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be here. Well, I'm a teacher from La Rochelle University, so here you have some picture. Come on, visit us. Well, I will count you a little story starting by once upon a time. We decided to create, well, finally it's a teacher-driven idea at the beginning, so I'm responsible of this. And we started by an idea, and then we decided to gather colleagues coming from EU, so we created a network and we obtained a finance, some funding from EU, from the European Maritime and Fishery Funds, to create a Blue Biotechnology Master for a Blue Career. And from this master, finally gathering teachers, universities, SMEs, companies, we created this master. And then, well, we were favored by the fact that a biotechnology master was already existing, so it was easier for me and for us and for the University of La Rochelle to increase the teaching offer. Then we gathered a team of motivated colleagues, teachers at the beginning, not admins, so then we had to increase this motivation. We obtained students with jobs, and we also had the support from the university. So we started this little story in September 2017, and within 4 years, we finally graduated 40 students. And concomitantly, in Spain, by University Catholic of Valencia, they finally decided also to do the same. So we created a mirror master, and they graduated 15 students also. And the point which was important, one student asked us to obtain a double diploma. So finally, we thought about this demand, and the joint master idea raised until our mind. And then, together with the creation of our European alliance called EU Connexus, finally, this strong partnership covering European coast capitalized on our previous program experience, on the BBMBC experience. We combined all our ideas, and we managed to involve more people. So from this team, starting from the BBMBC project, we finally created the Joint Master Program in Marine Biotechnology within a large team of teachers. We managed to involve administrative staff, which was a great gain for us, and we involve also other countries. We created this master containing science, but also soft skills. We obtained the positive evaluation of the European approach also, and we're starting our project in 2021. And then we finally have mobilities between our universities. So we are two leading universities, University Catholic of Valencia, which is the leader of the project, and La Rochelle University, which is just behind, helping everything. Students are starting in Spain, then they are moving to France, and then they are going everywhere where they want in the world. We enlarge our team, there's a lot of networking, and then finally we had to face many challenges as teachers. We had to develop new teaching practices because finally there are some remote elective courses which are students at the end of the year one, so we are talking to computers and students are, I hope, behind the computers, but most of the time I know they are not here. So we started to work, and we decided to involve also researchers through a particular aspect of our project, which is the academic research integration. And with this project, with the academic research integration, we managed to welcome students in labs, so to involve researchers also, because in France where most of us are teachers and researchers, but finally we are judged on research, and if there's no research there's no career. So we finally managed to catalyze some project, and from this finally we have some success. We are funding some PhD students that are coming from our master. For example, Elena, who are unique double diploma, will defend our PhD next January, and Marielle, which is one of the graduates from the cohort number 1, started a PhD funded by the Alliance. So gathering everything together finally is very, very important, giving some interesting results. But there are some strengths, of course, by doing all this work. There are some added values. We managed to overcome our English we managed to teach in English. There's a stimulating discovery new education system with students. We managed to deliver our joint diploma. I learned that yesterday night, so I'm very happy. But fortunately, La Rochelle University, as autonomous University of France, was authorized to deliver the diploma. It's a home diploma, so it's important. We managed also to fuel local teaching programs. I'm happy also to say that I managed to bring my colleagues out of their comfort zone. There are some weaknesses, of course, because for involved teachers, where we are doing less research, so our career is not so interesting, but just like this. We have to fuel the quality insurance demands, which is a huge work. There's a lot of opportunities also, and many opportunities are coming from collaboration, research projects, new funding. We are spreading teaching methodologies. We are trying to apply the quality insurance we are developing in this master to local masters. We are also fueling new initiative in La Rochelle University because from this idea, now there's 2 implemented master and another one is planned. We are creating new tools in order to fulfill all needs for this joint diploma, how to create joint timetable, share mark. And now, fortunately, the program is attracting new colleagues, and this is very important. As treats, I finally want to share with you some at the end of funding because, for the university, if you don't have funding, you won't do nothing. So they asked me to manage and to obtain new funding. We have some problem, as I said before, because our career is research-driven, not participating to this kind of project. I'm going to face motivated teacher. We're going to be retired, and they are happy to do that, but I'm very sad for me. And there's sometimes some issue with the time to deliver the joint diploma. However, it's wonderful, so please jump into this project. There are some happy students. So, all these moments are finally erasing all the problems, and most of them, well, it's a lot of work, but as I'm here to share with you some picture, it's fun. Also, we have some advantages. Thank you very much.
We have, as far as I see, 15 minutes left. Am I right, Kasia, Marcin? Yes, 15 minutes, so academic quarter. Let's discuss for a while, as we have here, Łukasz Gołota, the director, vice director of a national agency. We have learned about different, university perspective, different models. We are, experiencing on the daily basis. How does it look like from your perspective? What are the main challenges when developing like double joint educational initiatives? Not necessarily like degrees, but with different types of educational initiatives.
Yes, good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for invitation. Congratulate on the topic, because NAVA is like sister organization for FRSE. We are the main government organization responsible for internationalization of science and higher education. So we cooperate. Thank you very much for this cooperation and friendship. Secondly, it's very difficult to talk to you today because, firstly, the person who supervised me in ministry is sitting over there. And secondly, I will tell you a secret, he was my professor at university. So it's double problem, But getting to be more serious, I think that we will deal with all formal administrative problems. The problem is what we observe, because I'm still active assistant professor at the University of Warsaw, students don't want to go for mobility. When I was a student, we were fighting for such opportunity to go abroad. There were contests. I was working on construction site to pay my bills for study abroad. Today, students don't want to go. This is exactly what Rector Matus said. They would like to go for 1 month, for 6 weeks, but not for half a year. So micro-credentials, this is maybe a direction we should go. We should follow. But what is the challenge for us, and this is our job, is to bring the culture of mobility back. I'm a result of mobility because I studied abroad as a student, as a professor, and it really works. So from my side, from my perspective, there's lots of programs, too many programs even. Students are surrounded by programs, by money, by opportunities. The problem is to bring this culture back, and this is my main conclusion.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I am a proud member. My university is a proud member of ECIU University, and I would say the key word for making joint and educational degree a real success is a co-creation. The way this is not only about combining, different and sharing different resources, but the real word and the real challenge we are working on is a real co-creation. The way we co-design different micro-credentials, different educational initiatives, but also the way we are co-delivering and sharing different resources, and then makes us really stronger. And now I would like you to share with us some, best practices, best solutions you have implemented, and your institutions may be starting from you, Stefanie, because you have already shared with us some good examples, but maybe there are some more spectacular, or some other ideas how to make it happen, the future European.
I think we need to bring people in the same place, and you don't have the right to get out without any idea. So in order to communicate and co-create, but in a short time, in order to be forced to do something. Because when you are just saying, okay, I'm going to do that within some years, then people will forget and will be grabbed by other tasks. And if you focus on one task and then you say, okay, at the end or by noon, you won't go to eat before giving this solution, then it will work.
Okay.
So manage to catch people, to bring them collectively to work on a subject, and then it will work.
Taber, and at you, what would you offer to some other universities, like launching the very first like joint degree, double degree? What would be the most important tip we would like to give them?
Well, as you can imagine, there's many of them, but since we're short of time, I'm trying to go down to let's say 3. So I would say it's about trust, it's about timing, and it's about transparency. Because the trust is very obvious, you need it. I said that before, it doesn't work if a partner writes to you, or not even a partner, but a university approaches you, which very often happens, and says like, hey, there's Erasmus Mundus, the deadline is yesterday, and let's go for it, we are going to do a joint program. So this is probably not going to work. If you trust a partner, if you build up slowly with components, as I said, exchange, co-supervision, you get to know each other, then you're ready to trust also if you have a joint program, which you will need. The timing, I think, is essential because we often notice, as well in the Alliance as well as at Lodz University, that people start too late with processes they think are at the end. So they think the degree's at the end, we will start and then we figured out we have 2 years of time, but suddenly you have your graduates and suddenly you realize that the national legislations do not allow to have this on the degree, or I don't know, you need other documents. So timing is essential, like really start the processes which you think are late in a procedure, start them very early on. And then the last one would be, what did I say, transparency? Because I could say terminology also, but you covered it. Transparency in terms of be clear about what you're talking about, terminology, be knowledgeable what your own institution and national framework allows you, because very often that's an experience I made. People say like, oh, but that's not possible, because of our legislation in the ministry and so on. And then when you dive into it, you suddenly figure out it is possible. You just need to be flexible and creative, but you need to be transparently laying all the challenges on the table in the very beginning to even identify that. And Dorota, you asked for prominent examples, like be specific here, give specific examples. So I have one of my favorite examples from our failures, let's say, which we kind of turned into a success, of course. Was years ago we had a program with South American partners, a master's program, and they did their planning, they did everything, they did their homework, they sat together, they talked about the program, but they always said like, yeah, we're going to send our students in the winter semester, we're going to send our students in the summer semester, everything perfect, unique profile, and so on. And then, as you can imagine, Brazil being on the other side of the earth, suddenly, when they were enrolling students, about to enroll students, they realized that winter's not winter and summer's not summer. So they were there with their bikinis under the Christmas tree, and it was slightly late to discover that. So be precise, being German, be precise in terminology, talk about days, about months, not about winter and the summer semester.
Thank you, Taba. Draide, and you, what advice would you give to some, newcomers to a joint educational initiative?
Yeah, so my favorite piece of advice to give when you're designing a course, especially a course that gets this complicated, is to look at everybody's bank holidays. Because I feel like people will work through their bank holidays 1 year for you, but they won't do a second year.
Yeah.
And also when we're talking about mobilities and having everybody wanting to go to each other's, I always think of St. Patrick's Day. And I would hate for students to come and only have 1 year in Ireland and not get to go to St. Patrick's Day. So that's the same across the consortium. But when you actually do look into bank holidays and you look into holidays and you harmonise the schedule of your year, that will also help you shape what kind of modules you can run, whether you want to have block modules that are short and fat, or you want to have thin modules that go across the consortium. And when we started looking at that, and we could see, okay, we can maybe do some blocks, that also allowed us to have some of our associate partners who want to join a bit later. So it kind of builds, but I think really because it can be overwhelming because the amount of paperwork you have to do and think through is completely different. Just start with the bank holidays and then go from there.
Thank you so much. And Łukasz, when listening to all those perspectives, university perspective, what do you feel? How such a national agency, how NAVA is supporting such a great initiatives?
Because I was responsible in university for building a national network, so I have this knowledge of insider. What are the difficulties? I think that this experience helps us to build programs for our beneficiaries. Firstly, because we are talking about double and joint degrees. If you are the first time with your new partner and you will start with, let's do a double degree program, you can be sure it will not work out. It's a long-term partnership, you have to know each other. So for such partners, we have a program, special program like Spinnaker, which is about short-term programs like summer schools, winter schools. It's a very good idea for beginning. It's like a first date. Yes? If it works, let's make a step forward. We have a program Catamaran. So if you would like to create full, long, 2-3 years long program, we will also pay for that. So we are trying to give possibilities to start, to continue. And if you are a member of European alliances at the university, we have special program which is support for European universities. So if you are in alliance, we will also give you extra special money because our professor, do you remember Professor Szeptycki, our director in the institute, always repeat, for love and for science, you need one thing, money. And this is what we are trying to. This is what we are trying to do, and to create this capacity and this giving comfort to universities to collaborate and to create the space for researchers and for students.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And now I will do my best to get back to my presentation. Yes, and leave 1 minute to Bertrand or Timothée to answer my question about CTI, a titre d'ingénieur, maybe during the coffee break. Okay, well, the message, as far as I see, the message is very clear here. The European degree will succeed only if it grows from what already exists, right? And Europe has decades of experience, trust building, and collaborative innovation. The goal is here not to replace existing models. And I would like to clarify this because this is the statement or the opinion I heard very, very often that a European degree is going to replace all those great examples. And this is not the truth. But European degree is set up to allow them to evolve into something more, even more integrated. And Europe must continue supporting different ecosystems that we already have, Erasmus Mundus, discipline-specific networks like TIME, for example, regional consortia alliances, but without making any of them the only path. Innovation has never come from uniformity, that was already mentioned by Professor Matos, and Europe's diversity is a strategic advantage on this pathway. So the European degree should not be understood as a replacement. It should be understood as a culmination. It should connect diverse models and override them. It should create a platform for recognition, validation, and not a gatekeeping mechanism. It must enable, not restrict. This vision respects the diversity of European higher education. Thank you very much. I look forward for a further discussion. Please join in applauding my great practitioners, panelists.
Thank you very much.
I hope this session at least somehow helped you to recognize and reflect on a very long history of joint programs of educational initiatives run by many institutions in Europe. Once again, thank you very much for being a part of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Please stay on stage. Tabea, please stay on stage because we need a nice family photo with all of you here on stage. And while we're doing this, I have a few announcements. Number one, if you haven't picked up your publications yet or you haven't looked into your goodie bags, there are publications for you to pick up right at the stand outside the door. There's also an online version of this available for download in PDF form, so feel free anytime you want to get online to our website, the conference website, and download it. Number two is that we are going into the break. The break will last half an hour, so at 12:15 we're meeting back here in this room. And before you go, I need to teach you quickly 3 most important phrases in the Polish language. Number 1 is hello or good morning, which is dzień dobry. So when I say dzień dobry, you respond dzień dobry, okay? Dzień dobry, everybody. Very good. The second most important phrase in the Polish language is thank you, which is dziękuję. When I say dziękuję, you say dziękuję, okay? Dziękuję, everybody. And the third most important phrase in the Polish language is I love you, which is gin tonic. When I say gin tonic, there you go. Happy break, everybody. Coffee break. Erasmus Mundus. It's going to be a panel discussion. This time, in the moderator's chair, we have Irina Ferenc, Director of Academic Cooperation Association from Belgium. Let's welcome her. Give her a big hand, guys. Irina. Hi, how you doing? It's good to have you. Yeah. Okay, please take a seat right here. With her on stage, we will have Samira Bonucci, University of Padua, Italy. Benvenuto. Hi, good to see you. Hello. All right. We have from University of Barcelona, Michele Stebani Cortara. Where are you, Miguel? There you are. Give hand to the Miguel. We have Beata Skibinska. Hi, Miguel. How are you? Good to have you here. Thank you. Beata Skibinska from the Polish National Agency for the Erasmus Plus program. Hello, Beata. Good to see you. We've already kissed and hugged, so it's okay. Bert Willems is with us here today. Bert Willems, Katholische Universiteit Leuven, Belgium. Katholieke Universiteit Leuven. Hi, good to see you. All right, so we have all the panelists assembled. Irina, you have a microphone, so you have the floor. We need to finish by 1:15, so please.
All right, we're very grateful that our time was kept.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. I think we can all take a seat and continue with, our panel discussion. And let me start by saying, because we've talked a lot about hearts this morning, this particular topic of this panel, and the Erasmus Mundus in particular, is very close to my heart. But I don't think that's why I was invited to moderate the panel, although Kasia Alexi here has been very, very fast, I think, beginning of this year to reach out with the invitation. I think the invitation is very much due to this study that I think the fans, I hear there are many fans of the Erasmus Mundus program in the room. It's a study we had the honor to coordinate last year as the Academic Cooperation Association, or ACA in short. A study that was done for the European Commission in very close collaboration with colleagues from the executive agencies, EASEA, and many experts on Erasmus Mundus across Europe. A study looking at the topic of the panel, which is the impact of the Erasmus Mundus program over its 20 years of existence at the institutional level. So with this analysis and all the related exchanges, we already have a compelling body of evidence on the important impact of this program, on international cooperation, on learning and teaching, on administrative processes, and in many other areas. And I hope also with this analysis we are able to show that this program has helped us achieve a degree of jointness in program preparation that was not really paralleled to any other similar programs, I would say, to date. We've also learned the program has been really instrumental for many higher education institutions in Europe in paving the way to what we now know as the European Universities Alliances. And obviously, it was already said, I think, a number of times through the morning interventions, also instrumental in the development of the criteria for what we now call the European degree label, and hopefully also soon the European degree. Nevertheless, as we are taking also this historical approach, I think we saw the need to exchange a bit more in detail, and that is the role of our distinguished panelists here today. Allow me to very briefly introduce them. You have, I think, on the website of the event their very detailed biographies with many contributions and very rich experience, so I'll be very brief because time is short, and we also want to hear from you at some point during the panel. I'll start in the order in the program with Samira Bonucci here to my left, who is project advisor at the International Projects Unit at the University of Padua in Italy, Padova. And then Professor Miguel Estebani Cortada, since very, very recently emeritus professor at the University of Barcelona, and until very recently a full professor of analytical chemistry. Very important for our discussion today, also the coordinator of the MQual Erasmus Mundus project that we're going to hear more about. And then we continue with Beata Skibinska. I don't think Beata needs any introduction to the Polish audience in the room for sure, but also to the international in the international audience. For me personally, Beata has really been for many, many years the face of higher education within the National Agency for Erasmus Plus in Poland, FRSE, and now still affiliated with the agency, working in the capacity of expert with important advice. Last but not least, we have Bert Willems with us here today from KU Leuven, Catholic University of Leuven in Belgium, where he is coordinator of something called Student Accounting and Mobility within a unit for teaching and learning services at the university, with many responsibilities, including for Erasmus Mundus, like all our colleagues here today. We'll try to be very brief, I think, in our approach. So we'll have a first quick round of showing you, well, we cover impact in this session, but concretely the impact of what? So I have quickly asked all our colleagues here to prepare a few slides with some key data and statistics, just to very briefly understand the extent of engagement of their institutions, and then for Beata at the national level of higher education institutions in Poland with the Erasmus Mundus program. It's not by chance that we have three colleagues from these three particular institutions. KU Leuven, University of Barcelona, and also University of Padua were last year amongst the top 10 institutions receiving an award acknowledging their long-term involvement in the program and also the highest rate of participation in related study programs. So we'll start the quick tour of the impact of what with Samira.
Okay, thank you very much. Just let me check if slides, yes, are working. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me, Irina, and to all the organizers. I'm very happy to be here in representation of the University of Padua in Italy. You can see in the slide our current portfolio of Erasmus Mundus Joint Master. We are involved at today in 12 Erasmus Mundus, and you can already have an idea from the titles of these programs that they span in very different disciplines and fields. We cover from engineering to psychology, history, and whatever is in the middle, agronomy, and so on. So we have a lot of different experiences also in different fields. We are coordinating only one of our Erasmus Mundus, that is the one in climate change, diversity, sustainable territorial development. This one is, of course, a quite special one because we are the coordinators, so of course we consider it as our son, but also because it involves now a lot of non-European institutions, so the outreach is quite global, I would say, and I will give you, if you want, some more details in a few. I would also just highlight the two programs that are the oldest one in our portfolio, that are Sufonama and TPTI, in two different fields. I mean, one is more in agronomy and related field, forestry, and the other one is in, let's say, history. Of course, we have a very different level of involvement in these 12 programs. Of course, in the one we are coordinating, we have a very strong involvement, and it has produced a very strong impact on our institution. In the other cases, we have also very recent programs just funded that comes from previous Erasmus Mundus design measure, meaning that we are anyway cooperating with this consortium from at least a couple of years, in many cases much more, and the Erasmus Mundus is just the last, the last thing we are doing together. Just to give you some more information in a minute. Sorry, we were speaking before about creativity of Italians, and this table is not very creative, sorry, but it's effective, I hope. So you can see that, as Irina said, we are one of the institutions that has been recently recognized as one of the 10 top institutions for the longest and largest participation in Erasmus Mundus. So you can see from this table that we applied for the first time in the very first call of Erasmus Mundus back in 2004, and we have from them on, we had a constant participation application in all the calls, and we now have a huge number of students that had come to Padua in the years, and representing more than 130 nationalities. So also in terms of diversity, of course, these programs are really enriching our institutional experience.
Thank you so much. Very impressive already. And then we go to Michael. I will
go there, otherwise
All right. Yes.
What is?
I think we need some support as we lost the slides. Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I have summarized it in 2 or 3 slides according to the recommendation of the moderator about the role of University of Barcelona in the Erasmus Mundus program. We have participated in 32 programs, and there are still active 13. The one question was how many as coordinator. It was 1, the Erasmus Mundus Master in Quality in Analytical Laboratories. That was the master I coordinated. The oldest was a master in Work, Organizational and Personal Psychology. That means related with human resources. We have this 31 as partner, 1 as coordinator. At the moment we have only 11 programs, and in all the areas of the knowledge. Here I wrote some lines. Here I am representing University of Barcelona, but the invited people was the vice rector, but he cannot come, and then he asked me to come here because I don't know if because of the age or because the condition to be the coordinator of the only Erasmus Mundus program coordinated by University of Barcelona. I think the most thing for you more interested is according to the title of the panel is the influence, the impact in the institution. Because the Erasmus Mundus master programs are bottom-up initiative, I will focus in the bottom. That means in the departments and in the faculties. And we agreed that at higher level, the rest of participants, because they are part of other institutions in the university, do. Then the first is the departments. The students are receiving the lectures and are doing the master thesis in the departments. That means that the first impact is in the departments. The departments means mainly lecturers and professors. And I think the best, the highest impact is there. We must convince the lecturers to participate in these programs. I am very proud to say that when we started in the Erasmus Mundus Master in Quality in Analytical Laboratories, that it was awarded in the 2007 application call. At that moment, I was head of department, and I could convince my colleagues to participate in this program. Then all the staff, lecturers and professors of the department have participated along the years in this master, as lecturers or as master thesis supervisors. And then I think this is the best, because I am professor in the Faculty of Chemistry. Of course, we are doing research. And in research, we are doing new things. But in teaching, we cannot explain all the life and do all the life the same. We must create new things, otherwise, what are we doing in the faculty? You know? And then these type of programs are ideal for that, because we are forced to innovate in teaching. We can do new things, because for Erasmus Mundus, what is more attractive are not the subjects that one university can do alone, but these subjects that need several universities to do. This is, for instance, the case of this Erasmus Mundus Master in Quality in Analytical Laboratories. We have a Master of Analytical Chemistry, the national master of our faculty, but Quality in Analytical Laboratories is another thing. It's analytical chemistry plus all the concept of quality, etc. And then for that, we need, and it's especially important, to have a cooperation with other universities. That is the first. The second level is that for doing experimental masters, that is the case of chemistry master, as has been said before, we need money. And then this is an excellent tool to get money, to get equipment, to get chemicals for the master thesis. And then when we receive the students, we can invest part of the tuition fees of the program to buy instruments for the students to do innovative master thesis. Then the students are over, but the equipments are there, are in the faculty. That it's a way to enrich the university, having new equipments, not only for the Erasmus Mundus master students, but also for the rest of the students. That is also very important, because with European programs, we have some money that with the national programs, it's impossible to do. Another thing is we can invite people from outside to teach very specific subjects that the people from university we don't know. For instance, in quality, we have a lot of ISO norms, of official regulations that the academics that do not know. And then we have this possibility that with the national programs, we cannot do it because we have no money for that. This is one part. In terms of the faculties, also, I think it's a very positive aspect. When we started in 2007 in the Faculty of Chemistry of the University of Barcelona, that is, during a lot of years, has been considered the best faculty of chemistry in Spain, we were the first Erasmus Mundus program. Now we have 3 Erasmus Mundus master programs in the faculty, because we are starting and then we are promoting other colleagues to participate in this. And now all the departments of the faculty are participating in one of the 3 Erasmus Mundus master. And then I think it's the ideal program to stimulate and to create new things that otherwise could be impossible to have. Of course, there are other impacts at higher level, but I think this is your role, because we agreed this to. I focus in the bottom of this project.
The bottom is important, though.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Miguel. Well, we're going to come back indeed to the topic of impact, and we're going to explore more with the other colleagues in the panel. But first, we complete the tour de force, and Bert will give us a bit of an overview of the KU Leuven involvement in Erasmus Mundus to date.
Okay, yes. Yes, so very briefly, KU Leuven's history and experience with Erasmus Mundus. We currently have 3 Erasmus Mundus Masters that we're coordinating. We're partnering in 4 more. One of our programs was also a first-generation one in 2004, the birth year of Erasmus Mundus, the master program in nanoscience, which still exists to this day, even despite some funding gaps, but it still exists. Over the more than 20 years, we've partnered in a number of programs, coordinated some as well. What I like currently is that of the 3 programs that we coordinate currently this year or this period, is that they are evenly spread across the 3 science groups at KU Leuven. So one is in humanities and social sciences, one is in biomedical sciences, and one is in engineering technology, which means that there is involvement across the institution in the Erasmus Mundus in the Erasmus Mundus program, which I think is very relevant and also refers to the impact of the program. Apart from that, many acronyms, because that's the world of Erasmus Mundus, no? But more interestingly, I think, is the impact of the program at KU Leuven from a central point of view, because indeed I work at the central level of the university, is that it forced us to think about how we can structurally support these programs that are bottom-up in nature, as was said very accurately. But if they are just bottom-up and if there is no structural support, then these flowers usually are doomed to perish. And we had to come up with ways on how we could structurally support these initiatives. And we did that by bringing together people, experts across services, across levels of the university to support the programs organizationally, legally, regulation-wise, financially as well. And I think we have been quite successful in that regard, in supporting the programs to sustain themselves even beyond the funding mechanisms. And actually, and the bridge that I want to make from there is that if we had not done that, we would not have been able to design and manage the joint bachelor programs that we currently already have. They would not exist if it had not been for Erasmus Mundus. So the whole, I don't want to say the future, because they are a reality. The Bachelor of European Studies has just completed its first cohort, but it would not have been able we would not have been able to realize that without Erasmus Mundus. So I think the impact is very tangible there.
Thank you very much, Bert. That's obviously music to my ears, because it's very much in line with also what we explored in the impact study, and especially this impact on administrative processes, and the flourishing of this infrastructure is perhaps not the right term for it because it's very technical, but the support structure within the university that then became instrumental not only for joint programs, for a lot of other types of cooperation, and then the model sort of effect it had on other types of joint programs. It's very clearly documented. Beata, we finally reached to you, and to you we've given a bit of a more complex task even of doing the statistics not only for one higher education institution but for the entire Polish higher education institution system, which is a big system.
Yes.
So let's see what you gathered.
Let me start with showing you some data. In which you will be provided information about some figures in about higher education. Do you see slide about higher education? Okay. So it is done in order to show you how the Polish education is involved in joint programs, Erasmus Mundus-like joint programs model. So in Poland we have 407 higher education institutions, including 55 which are currently in the liquidation process, which shows you that how dynamic the higher education sector in Poland is. So we can conclude that we have 352 higher education institutions which are active. For Erasmus Mundus program, only higher education institutions which provide master degree programs should be qualified. And according to the data which we obtained from the official statistical portals, and I hope these data are correct, we have in Poland almost 300 higher education institutions which offer master level degrees. So we have such target group for Erasmus Mundus. But among them, as the statistics show, only almost 100 provides joint programs at master level. Is that a lot or not? in my opinion, it is very few. Yeah, it's as far as percentage is concerned, the number of institutions which are ready to run master programs according to the Erasmus Mundus rules. We have limited number, and then let's show you what the involvement of higher education institutions, Polish higher education institutions in Erasmus Mundus program is. So far, we had 20 calls for Erasmus Mundus, and Polish universities were active in each of the call. And to date, to date, we have Polish higher education institutions involved in 115 Mundus Masters. Is that a lot or not? Again, it is a question which cannot be answered. But among these 115, we have almost only public comprehensive universities and public universities of technology, which shows which higher education institutions are able to respond to the demanding criteria for Erasmus Mundus master courses. And as far as the, let's say, intensivity of involvement of Polish higher education institutions in Mundus program is concerned, we have 16 institutions which are involved in 2 or more Mundus programs, and 13 which are involved in only 1 Mundus program. So in general, 29 Polish higher education institutions are involved only in Mundus, so it is less than 10%. What is impact? It is unmeasurable, and the answer cannot be given. But for the institutions themselves, for sure this impact exists, and even more, it depends on the situation, whether only one department of the university is involved in active Mundus programs or not. So maybe it would be better if we do every analysis and statistics only at department level, not institutional level. And let's stop here for now.
Thank you. I am personally fascinated by statistics, so whenever I hear numbers like this, I'm very triggered in a positive sense. And you've given me quite some ideas of a follow-up study, because I have to say we did not think of it whenever we did this analysis last year from this perspective of country comparisons, and you're absolutely right. What do absolute numbers really say? We need the relatives, and we need a much more nuanced approach. So a lot of food for thought there. We do have many Polish higher education institutions in the room, I imagine, with Mundus experience, so maybe we'll get also to hear a bit from them about this institutional or department faculty level impact. But first I want to give Samira a chance here, who's been a very diligent student in our panel. She stuck with the numbers only in the first round, to also share with us a few words on the impact within the University of Padua.
Thank you. I'm trying to, a bit change the stereotype around Italians, so I'm trying to be very precise and very... So yes, I would say that mostly what I can recognize very well the experience and the impact that Erasmus Mundus had in our institution with what Bert just said. So, I mean, the impact is very strong at many levels. It has changed, of course, during the years, and being, as already said, traditionally a bottom-up initiative, the role of the institution is exactly to guide these initiatives and try to, we said, institutionalize a bit this strong effort that really born from the bottom of our institution. So that start with sometimes very like private initiatives, personal initiatives of some very committed professors, but we know that, they may have some lucky cases in which these professors can more or less alone continue for years, but this is very rare. Many things happens in the career, many things happens also at institutional level with policy that may change, rectors, whatever, governance. So it's very important to ensure somehow an internal framework that can really support the creation and the innovation of this program. This is what we are still trying to do in Padua. We have built a lot of frameworks, in particular, as I'm from the International Relations Division, of course, I have a quite strong focus on administrative procedures. So we have developed a lot of guidelines and procedures that at the beginning were very crafted ad hoc for some very specific programs, and now are the standard for all our double joint multiple degrees. And thanks to this constant work in trying to institutionalize everything, now we are able to offer to our students a lot of services that can really support them from the very beginning. So we are able to, let's say, more or less manage from the recruitment of students until the post-graduation services, everything. And everything was really designed for Erasmus Mundus at the very beginning. So now when we face international students, also degree-seeking international students, we are really able to immediately connect with previous experiences, and we can immediately guide them through our services that are now institutionalized, so they are present for all our international students, and we can really feel also the difference, and that now everything is growing together. We are mutually learning between, thanks to the experience, much more recent with international degree seekers students, so let's say students that want to just, let's say, participate in the local offer, but we can really mix their experience together with our more longest experience with Erasmus Mundus and joint program students that are this kind of hybrid between degree seekers and mobility students. So also thanks to this bridge between degree seekers and mobility students, we have developed a set of services. And I think in general, what is the main impact to me in our institution, and I think it's something that I'm also curious to hear from my colleague if they can share this view, is that Erasmus Mundus really pushed us to an institutional self-reflection. So we, first of all, become much more aware of our own institutional and academic culture, because sometimes we tend to think that it's not a culture, it's just a standard, the normal way of doing things or of managing things. But when you have the chance to collaborate so extensively for so long time, because of course in Erasmus Mundus you are committed to work together for at least 6 years, you have funding, you have time, you have ambitions, and you have the European Commission asking you to report about everything you are doing. And you are also implementing and crafting quality assurance procedures, then here you really have the chance to see you from external eyes and understand that your procedures, your culture, your way of things to many things is just one way, one possible way. And sometimes from this awareness, you can build on and evolve, or you can simply become more aware and really recognize your strength and organize and, design something new. The idea of that we are not designing one-size-fits-all education, but we are really creating something unique that matches strength and uniqueness of different institutions. So this is, I think, the main impact at a very different level.
Thank you so much, Samira. A fascinating example of institutionalization in the end, as you put it. And there's been many interesting things you said, and there's been a lot of agreement, I could see already, between our panel members with your points. Something you stressed at the beginning was also how this changed over time, and it got me thinking to one of the realizations we had in the framework of the impact study, of how an impact analysis of a program that lasts 20 years is becoming more complex. And in a way, I wonder to what extent we'll be coming back to this Mundus experience also in assessing later on the impact of alliances, because something that our Mundus colleagues stressed very often was that in the early days of the program, it was rather easy to say, you know, what the program really triggered in terms of internal changes, be they in the area of international cooperation, administrative processes, learning and teaching, and so on, and that the more a program is active and has this multiplier effect, is combined with other formats and has spillovers, it's harder and harder in a way to really pinpoint each and every probably effect it had to that particular factor. I'm quickly looking to see if anyone has any burning additions to make on the impact question before we open to the audience. Yeah, Bert.
I want to add one thing also to what you said in the beginning, Samira, is Erasmus Mundus has had an impact on our institutions, on institutional level. And of course, they are bottom-up initiatives, so you have the professors, the academics involved. And what I think, at least from our point of view at KU Leuven, has not yet been a very successful institutional impact is on the faculty level, so on the school level, if you will. In that too often still Erasmus Mundus programs and similar joint programs are islands in the stream. And okay, we can support them institutionally, and we do that, but there is a mid-level, especially if you're a large decentralized institution, like many of us are, you need all levels involved. And for Mundus, you can manage to do it like that, because it's containable, and the numbers are okay. Once the numbers go up and the complexity goes up, it no longer works. And that's a lesson learned. It worked in Mundus, but it won't work beyond. And actually, we need to flip that now. What we're trying to do now, and it's just because we realized it only recently, is how do we have our current and future Mundus masters more embedded also on the faculty level? That is still a very big challenge for us, and I think for many higher education institutions, to have like the mid-level of your organization also involved.
Very interesting. I think we have in a way an opportunity to come back to that question also. I'm thinking for the rest of the panel. Beata, you've picked up the mic. Anything you want to add?
I wanted to say that Mundus had impact as well at the country level, on the law on higher education. Because in Poland, for example, we have reached the commitment that joint study programs are important and should be included in the law, not only in the ordinances or other lower acts of law acts in 2018. So we have time before 2018, after. And it was, in my personal opinion, thanks to the existence of Erasmus Mundus program, which pushed the higher education institution to be involved in the projects and have study programs recognized according to the Erasmus Mundus principles, not national principles. Thank you.
Yeah, very clearly. Marcin is here waiting to help us with the microphone because we want to open up a bit and also hear from you. So you can share with us at this point anything you want. It can be a question to our panelists. It can be maybe a comment, sharing some experiences. Any points are welcome.
Hello, I'm Karolina Sokolińska from Maria Curie Skłodowska University in Lublin. So I represent those 70% of shame in Poland. My question is where the idea comes from at your successful institutions. I mean, if it comes from specific researchers and their contacts, or from the authorities of universities. And did you build your well, I mean the first partnerships, especially for the program, or it relied on already built partnerships? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Maybe we can still collect one or two and then try to answer them together.
Anybody else? Put your hand up. Put your hand up if anybody has a question.
Yeah, we have one here.
Patricia?
In the back. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll come back to you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Caroline. I'm from the German University Hochschule Magdeburg-Stendal, and I have a question for Samaria Bonucci. I'm interested in knowing what institutionalized services your university offers.
Very concrete question. Thank you. And then, yes, we go to Patricia.
Patricia Matusz, University of Wrocław. I was on the list quite high, so it's the reason I would like just to share two things. I agree with Eva that it's Beata, that it's difficult to measure the impact. But from our experiences, I know that starting with one Erasmus Mundus program means a learning process among mainly or firstly in the department, and then up to the level of the whole university. But another thing, and I would like refer to the first panel, because Tabea from Leipzig was in the first panel, and we are partners in Erasmus Mundus. I know that after the last celebration, our team came with another great idea. Let's do the joint PhD program based on our experiences in Erasmus Mundus. So there are two things. First, the learning process, which impact the whole department and then university. And the second, the trust that we built. And of course, years of experiences, how to deal with the different cultures. Because as you can imagine, working among Polish and German universities, we have a different culture, organizational culture, but we still managed to do it for 20 years. So just a comment. Thank you very much. Very interesting panel.
Thank you so much. And we still have something over here, Martin. Maybe we can take it and then we try to answer.
Thank you. Beate Körner from DAD. I have an observation and a question also to Beata. Beata. It means the happy one, by the way, I think. So anyway, now you were talking about the impact of Erasmus Mundus and how it is in Poland. In Germany, we have the observation that a lot of times it has a strong impact on the institution. If it's a small university, and despite they have a lot of maybe problems in the beginning, for them they have a much wider reach out for the entire university in terms of they see it as a beacon, as a program of excellence, and so on and so forth. Now, my first question to Beata, how is the situation in Poland? And then the second question, since the other panelists are all from bigger universities, is that also like how should I say? It's good and bad because you have many joint or Mundus degrees, but at the same time, it then does not get so much attention anymore. Or is that still the more the better? That would be interesting to me.
Well, it is very difficult to answer whether Mundus in Poland really have real impact. As I already said, it is very difficult to be said. But at least, in my opinion, Mundus and willingness of the Polish higher education institutions to be involved in Mundus and to build these joint study programs, this shows the situation shows that within the university, administration is important, and without good cooperation and mutual understanding between administration and academics, the things will not work. And of course, I also remember situations that I was approached by the universities, by a representative of the university, willing to know how to start with Mundus-like program. And I said, please ask your colleague at another department, because it is the best way to have this practical point of view and practical tips how to start, what to do. And they didn't know that there are programs existing at another
faculty or
faculty at
department,
the same university. And in order to know it, it would be very good to have central administrative office or central office which would have central statistical data and centrally managed information, who is involved and who can help you in this process.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think at the same time, we need also this kind of internal networking of the academics active in the program, because we do many institutional visits, and often the professors want to hear from other professors and might not always think of the central services to ask for help, although that's very much needed. I'm going to try to bring us back to some of the other questions as well. There was a question, I think, first, where do you start? Where did your academics start and who started? Got me thinking again to Tabea's intervention in the previous panel, where I think we've seen an evolution from a bottom-up to a more coordinated approach in the alliance framework, and I'm wondering if that's the approach you see also in your institutions. Maybe briefly, so that we can cover more questions. I don't know who wants to answer.
Maybe very briefly. For Mundus, like I said before, it's really bottom-up. So it starts with the academics who know each other, they did research together, they cooperated together, and it's next-level cooperation. So it starts from there. It starts from the personal contacts that they built over the years.
And Bert, it means the academics have the initiative and they come to you, just also thinking a bit of the process,
yes,
right?
So they have the initiative and they come to us, and that's when you need to be ready. So you need to have a basic structure in place so that when they come with the interesting ideas and all the enthusiasm, that you can support them in the right way. And you don't do that magically by building an office and ta-da, it's realized. Yeah. It's step by step. It's really incrementally. And step one is bringing together the people with the different expertise. Identify who knows the educational regulations in your institution, who knows the legal framework on education in your country, who knows how tuition fees work, how admissions work, etc., how a curriculum is built. Bring those people together. That's step one. And then the magic will happen. We need step one first. Identify the right people, bring them together, and then when the academics come, and they will come because they always come with excellent ideas, you can support them in the right way.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Samira, we had a question specifically for you, so maybe we can tackle that, and then you can add anything you want. The question, I think, was about what kind of services you specifically provide.
So, speaking about services offered in Padua, they are a lot and very related to the international student persona, let's say. So, of course, we are speaking about everything that is of support in terms of visa, residence permit, so all this very initial stage. And then, for example, in Padua, we have 4 departments in psychology. So psychology is quite a thing in Padua. We already have a quite strong counseling service for psychological support of students, but we come to them and say, okay, we must address also the psychological, let's say, needs of our international students. And this is because in one of our Erasmus Mundus, we are the first institution where students arrived at the very beginning. So very often cultural clashes or all issues appears in this very first phase. So we immediately feel this as a need, and we go to, as again, thanks to the mediation, we are in the central administration. So if professors also for services works like that. So sometimes it's a bottom-up approach. So professors or colleagues working at the department and knowing the daily needs of their student, they come to us, and we try to mediate and match the need with the service that can possibly provide an answer to this need. Another example that I think it's a bit different because it's much more linked to the, let's say, institutional need more than student needs, let's say, is the recruitment. We started recruiting students because of Erasmus Mundus, because we need to attract international students. We had this very like 20 years ago, the first Erasmus Mundus, and how can we manage the recruitment of international students? We had very strict also rules at the time, I think till a few years ago, about geographical targets and so on. So how do we reach these students in this area of the world so far from us? We are an Italian institution. We were really not used to recruit international students because usually Italy is not considered, traditionally at least, a place to go for studying on the international panorama. So what happened is that at the time, the project manager of our Erasmus Mundus, of course, worked a lot on this aspect, the recruitment of international students, and now he's the head of the recruiting unit in our office because of his experience that he built through the management of an Erasmus Mundus. So it can happen in many ways, but I think the most important thing is active listening. So you should listen to the needs of this program, and I think in general it's a good investment because sometimes it can appear that you cannot build a service for just few students, but if you build a service, then it's much more likely that these few students become hundreds and thousands maybe. But if you do not start, it will never happen.
Thank you. I see everybody's answers already igniting new ideas in the panel, but I'm also looking at the time and the remaining minutes in the panel, so I think we still owe Beate an answer. To the question on whether having a large portfolio of Erasmus Mundus programs is maybe, if I can rephrase the question, both a blessing and a curse. So, and leaving it to you a bit to reflect on that with maybe just a few points. Yeah. Bert, would you like to start again?
I think it was actually a very interesting remark. And I think actually because it's such a concept that we know for so long, over 2 decades, the novelty wore off a bit, if we're being honest. I was actually, while preparing for this, looking on the KU Leuven website for old press releases, and like in the Nillies and in the early 2010s, we would do press releases. Yes, we got selected so many Mundus Masters. Like for the past 10 years, not really. So that means that it's become institutionalized. It's no longer, look how excellent, look how special it is. No, it's part of daily work. So that's positive and negative. So it's no longer seen as a hindrance or something that you have to deal with, you know. It's part of the regular work, but the novelty wore off. But then to turn that positively, if we take the lessons and if we actually name the lessons that we learned, and use them in what we're doing now on alliance level, on bachelor level, then again we will revitalize and revalue what the impact was of Mundus, I think.
Thank you. Samira? Yeah.
Yes, I can just fully agree with what Bert already said. And yes, also in our case, the novelty is a bit off right now. But maybe you can remind from the slide, we have now, I think, around 11 departments involved. In our institution, we have 32 departments. Mm-hmm. So still there is room for improvement in the sense that for some departments, meaning for some areas, also subject areas, Erasmus Mundus is still something that is not happening. So we are also looking at this, a new room for improvements, let's say.
Yeah. And yeah, Beata, please.
I think that it is as well a matter on how the Erasmus Mundus or joint programs will be formulated or will be involved in the future Erasmus Plus program. We are now in the period of preparing the new phase. we know that already many public consultations has been completed. And I suppose that each sector, each type of program, each type of initiative tried to prove in this consultation that it's important and should be included in the new phase of the program. And I really sympathize with the politicians who will have to take the decision which is, let's say, more important for the higher education, for the educational landscape of Europe, because everything is important and everything is needed to in order to improve the situation, of course, a lot of money is needed. So the simple answer is more money for the Erasmus Plus program, but whether everyone will be happy with that? Another issue is whether to focus on newcomers or whether to prolong finance those who already benefited from the program and who already have joined programs supported by the Erasmus Plus program. So many questions and very difficult to give an answer, because it is very, from the society point of view, it is very tricky question.
So we can be happy we're not politicians, but I think we can agree we would all be happy with a bigger budget. So at least that unites us, I say. But thank you for bringing us here and a bit to the forward looking, because obviously we're very much discussing now the joint programs and Mundus experience from the perspective of the European degree, concretely the label, but also the degree later on, and obviously in the framework of the next program generation. There's clearly, I think, a hope within our sector that these initiatives will also give a push to achieve this wider participation, wider engagement from departments that are not yet engaged, from institutions that are not yet engaged. And let's hope the framework that will be developed will be enabling for that. So maybe just final thought, a few words from each of you on what you hope concretely the inspiration or the legacy or what will be taken forward, if anything, from the experience so far for this new program generation.
One sentence?
Yeah.
One sentence. If one sentence rewards people who are appreciation and reward for people who are involved in preparation and implementation of joint programs. Please notice that these people are really that people are pushing the institution.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Miguel, maybe, from you?
Okay. I totally agree with this, because I think the bottom-up project must be kept, because me as a former promoter, lecturer, and coordinator of Erasmus Mundus, I have seen several rectors passing. I have seen a lot of politicians passing, but I was there. I was there. That means that it remember me this old English series called Yes, Minister.
Oh, yes.
That the minister were, but the guy was there, no? And
Yes,
then the people we are involved in this, in create masters, because we have an interest and we think that some idea is good, we are pushing the institution. And I think that we must do this.
Thank you. Yeah.
In the old nomenclature, the Erasmus Mundus, when we started, was Action 2. And then it was Action 3, that was a project from up, down. We were involved in one of these Action 3 that was mentioned in one slide, that was Joker. Joker was a project with the idea to create an evaluation system common for all Europe, in the way that if one accreditation agency is accrediting this master, is automatically recognized by the rest. But this was a project, and it's there, no? And then because the politicians are changing, the authorities are changing, and the focus also changing. And then these projects sometimes are stopped. Usually the bottom-up projects are not stopped. Because we are there, we think that this is a good idea, we enjoy with that, because with these masters need a lot of energy, a lot of interest. If you don't enjoy with this has no sense, because the first condition in the university life is enjoy what you are doing. And then
it's a good reminder.
This must be maintained. This bottom-up project must be maintained. Otherwise, the institutions could sleep. Because we must force the universities, we must force everybody.
Marcin is heading towards us. And I still want to maybe one word, Marcin, can we give Bert and Samira for closing?
If I can make a wish for the future of Erasmus Mundus, of course, I echo all my colleagues and what they have said right now, but is to maintain and maybe even enhance the global outreach. I just noticed that with the new Erasmus Mundus guide that was just published a couple of weeks ago, in the design measure, till last year, there was this criteria of having at least one non-EU institutions involved in the consortium. Now it's no more there, this criteria. We get back to the original, let's say, idea of having the criteria is minimum to European institutions. I think this is a great value of Erasmus Mundus, having the capacity and the ambition to look a bit outside our bubble, speaking about being awareness of our own culture. We live a bit in a European bubble, and if we have to respond to societal and labor market need of the future, I think we cannot do it alone within our bubble.
We need to break it up, really, guys. I'm so sorry. It's such a fascinating discussion. I hope we can carry this on. But let's thank all of our panelists. Give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Irina. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Can we have you please stand up for the family photo? And in the meantime, let me announce the next quick session. It'll be a beautiful presentation of 3 young, talented individuals. Each of them has come here with his or her individual story of being involved in double programs, in joint programs. So we have 3 people. And let me ask the first one to the floor for his turbo presentation, a testimonial by an alumnus. Mr. Mateusz Łukomski, please come on stage and give him a nice warm welcome. All right, come right up here, Mateusz. Okay, here we go. Let me just say, because people don't know you yet, okay? Tell us, where are you from exactly?
I am from Warsaw, but now I live in Milanówek. It's about 30 kilometers from Warsaw. It's a beautiful city. They call it City Garden with many beautiful landscapes. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Warsaw, and I am studying political science. But I am in my presentation.
Very good. So I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave you with our audience. Okay, Mateusz Łukomski, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's an honor to be here with you today and to represent the University of Warsaw and this conference. Thank you. My name is Mateusz Łukomski, and I am pleased to share my academic experience, particularly the insights I gained as a participant in EU-funded programs and joined as well as double degree initiatives. This experience have significantly shaped my academic development and strengthened my understanding of, I think, international cooperation in higher education. Thank you for the invitation, of course, and for the opportunity to contribute to this important discussion. First of all, about me, I'm a PhD candidate in political science at the University of Warsaw, and as you know, of course, my academic path includes participation in multiple international programs, which enabled me to build strong academic relationships with students and researchers from various countries and to engage directly with diverse educational and research environments. This experience profoundly influenced my research interest in political economy and international governance, and strengthened, I think, my ability to work in multilingual and multicultural, of course, academic settings. Moreover, through my cooperation with the many foundations, especially in the United States, I had the opportunity to conduct research in the fields of public policy, civilizational conflicts, and the economic conditions shaping relations between our countries. During my studies, I had the opportunity to work closely with students from Hungary, from France, the United States, of course, and Italy. These collaborations exposed me to different perspectives, I think, on European governance, public policy, and political history, of course, of these countries. They also taught me how to communicate effectively, I think, in diverse teams, manage groups, responsibilities, and navigate different, I think, academic, cultural expectations. I am also the author of several publications and an award recipient in the field of public knowledge and historical outreach. I'm also active in youth education, NGOs, and international leadership programs. If you'd like to connect, you can find me on LinkedIn. Now I'm going to talk about our university, the University of Warsaw, and the possibilities which our alma mater give students. Our university has given me an exceptional opportunity for broad academic and, I think, professional development. It opened doors to international cooperation, diverse research environments, and multiple educational pathways, I think, that significantly shaped the direction of my work. Our alma mater is one of the most internationalized universities in Poland. We cooperate with more than 460 Erasmus partners and have over 308 bilateral agreements in more than 70 countries. The university has extensive experience in coordinating international mobility projects, which makes it a strong and trusted partner, I think, in Europe and beyond. At the moment, the University of Warsaw offers more than 20, I think, double degrees programs and more than 20 joint programs with partners across Europe and outside Europe. Our strongest collaborations are with universities in France, Germany, Spain, and Scandinavian countries. These programs are designed to, I think, give students truly international multi-campus learning and to integrate with other students. Of course, one of the examples is Erasmus Mundus. It is run together with the University of Copenhagen and the University of Milan. The first year takes place in Copenhagen, and in the second year, students, of course, can specialize either in Warsaw or of Milan. The program, for instance, focuses on global challenges, the environment, and development economies. Next is for EU Joint Master. It's another flagship example. Master of Multi-Level Governance, in this case, and European public policy, of course. This program is offered jointly by the University of Warsaw, Heidelberg, of course, University, Charles University, the University of Copenhagen, of course, and the University of Milan. It is highly interdisciplinary, combining economics, EU governance, and the green transition, of course. It also provides a multi-campus experience, as I said, with the for EU Alliance. Next is, of course, micro-credentials in UW. In addition to full degree programs, the University of Warsaw develops micro-credential within, the 4EU Alliance, of course. These short learning units focus on digital skills, the green transition and data competencies, of course. They are designed to be stackable and compatible with degree programs, of course, supporting lifelong learning and flexible education pathways. But what EU programs taught me particularly, participating in joint and double degree programs taught me, I think, several important things. First, that mobility must be, I think, aligned with learning outcomes, of course. Second, that stackable learning and flexibility are key advantages for students. I also learned how essential early and I think, coordinated quality assurances when multiple institutions are involved, of course. And I think, and of course, I developed very practical intercultural and organizational skills. Next, why collaborate with UW? I think that there are many reasons to collaborate with our alma mater. We offer a strong academic, I think, and research base, experienced administrative teams, and a large international network. Our approach to program design in European, student-centered and focused on, I think, quality and very, very specific innovation. To conclude, my final message is I would like to emphasize that the University of Warsaw is ready to co-design impactful, I think, with students. We are very future-oriented, and we are committed to being a strong and reliable partner, and we hope that you're gonna do very good work with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mateusz. The best ambassador the University of Warsaw can have. Thank you. All right, now we have another turbo presentation from another young and talented individual, Dr. Marcin Moździerz. Where are you, Marcin? There he is. Let's give him a big hand. Welcome, Dr. Marcin Moździerz from Kraków, AGH University of Science and Technology. Come on straight on stage, Marcin. Okay, you have the microphones right there. Okay, so you are a doctor, correct?
Yes.
You are an engineer, correct?
Yes, doctor of engineering.
An assistant professor in Kraków.
At IGH University
Very well.
of Kraków.
The audience is yours.
So, hello everyone. So, I'm work at the IGH University of Kraków, and my research is about energy engineering, but in fact, today I would not speak. Sorry, I just want to start my timer to not cross the time. No way.
You don't have to worry about that. You have your timer right here.
But better, okay. Better to control the time.
15 minutes and counting, Marcin,
yes.
Okay?
Okay. So today I want to talk about my experience during the double PhD program, but it was conducted not within the European Union, but with the institution from the Asia, in fact, from Japan. So the host institutions was the first one is our university, the AGH. Can I use the laser pointer in here? The AGH University of Kraków. For short introduction, it's the technical university based in Kraków, and it was established more than 100 years ago. And we, several years ago, we received some fundings from the governmental program of called Excellence Initiative. So we have a lot of money for internationalization also. But the second host institution is the Shibaura Institute of Technology based in Tokyo, Japan. And was the age of SIT is, let's say, similar, almost 100 years old. And also it receives money from Japanese government, from the Top Global University Initiative. This initiative is founded by the Japanese government to strengthen the internationalization of Japanese institutions. And in fact, SIT is the only one private technical university receiving this funding. So other universities are, let's say, like the well-recognized universities, like University of Tokyo or Kyoto University. So AGH and SIT cooperates from 2004. And like several years after the cooperation starts, the double PhD program also was established. And it is every time it is based on the signed agreement between the AGH and SIT for every PhD candidate. Now we have around 20 PhD finished based on this program. I've joined that in 2015. So what was my motivation? So, in fact, it was great that I have a great new research possibilities in the field of power engineering, because my research topic is something called fuel cells. And in Japan, the fuel cell technology is more developed than here in Poland. So, for example, you can see like fuel cell buses on the streets just driving people. So this is like fueled by the hydrogen, in fact. So also they work in the international setting, because you know, the distance between Poland and Japan is kind of large. It's about around 9,000 kilometers. But also in Japan, in Poland we have a lot of international staff, but in Japan you can meet international staff from completely different countries. In fact, the more internationalization in Japan is pushed on like Asian countries. And here in Europe we have more focus pushed on the EU countries, let's say. And also access to the top infrastructure. For example, this device. Now, this device is some kind of microtomography device. Now, you can find it almost anywhere, but 10 years ago, let's say, it was completely unique, but I have a possibility to conduct some research on that stuff. Using during the double diploma research stay in Japan. And also I had the opportunity to work under two supervisors. The person on the right in here is my supervisor from Poland, Professor Janusz Schmidt, but on the right there is supervisor from Japan, Professor Shinji Kimijima. And yeah, Shinji Kimijima, that's his name. So
actually, can you say that faster?
I don't maybe slower. So Kimijima, the name is. So he is also the recognized expert in the field of power engineering. but the supervisors from Poland and Japan has a little bit different way to work with students. I will discuss in a second. And also, I was just curious about different culture and different academic environment, because I was not aware when I was starting the double diploma program that the work at the university, the students' work at the university is completely different in, for example, AGH and, for example, in Japan, because this is just a picture from the, let's say, students' room. So every supervisor, every professor in Japan has a place for students to work, so they can just sit there and push their work forward. And in fact, they do that. And from my experience in Poland, let's say, we did most of the research work not connected with the laboratory equipment, let's say writing papers or something like that, just in home. So that was my motivation. And what was a challenge? So it was, in fact, kind of hard experience of living in such a different country, because Japanese culture is a little bit different than European, Polish culture and other European countries' culture. So, and also, like, now it changes a little bit, but like 10 years ago, the language level, English language level in Japan was really but now it grows, I think, about after the Tokyo Olympics. And also I get used to the Japanese language a little bit. Also, the different work culture, so the guys in Japan like works, let's say, all day. In fact, this is true, because in fact they usually stay at work till their boss comes home. So yes, so they just work a long time, but they spend a lot of time not only working, but just clicking some websites in the internet or something, like playing some games. So that's, for me, that was like surprising, because in Poland we usually work, so we just pushing our work forward, and when we finish, we just can at the university we just go home. So organization laboratories, so I told them they have constantly some research, some seminars, some presentations, and also style of work with supervisor. I have no picture in here, but in fact, like from my experience in Poland, the supervisor is like more focused on your research. He is constantly asking about the results and so on. And in Japan, they actually say, do what you want, but just show us some results at the end. So that's the different, in fact, the different style of work. And also, what are the assessments? Still, I have some research collaborations with Japanese institutions. It started during my double PhD program, so I collaborate with researchers from Lodz Institute of Technology and Kyoto University. And also we have access to their research facilities, and they have access to our research facilities, in fact. And also we published numerous publications together. Here is our latest research output with the researchers from SIT. And also I have some understanding of Japanese culture, and at first I was a little bit interested about Japan. I was not kind of anime watching guy, but now I'm a little bit more interested in Japan than before, than the like, let's say, than the typical Polish person. And also, it influenced strongly my career after PhD. So now I have constantly I constantly participate in some research projects with Japan, and so teaching project with Japan. And so, for example, here's we organized some conference this year in Tokyo, and it was connected with the Expo 2025 in Osaka. So we can use their in the logos and visuals, And in fact, the conference was also financed by National Agency for Academic Exchange. And also it influences my personal life. In fact, in fact, I met my wife in Japan. She's Pole, not Japanese, but so it is. In fact, it has strong influence on my life, personal and private. And also, based on the experience of alumni of double PhD program, we established a double master program called Energy and Environmental Engineering. It was also financed by National Agency for Academic Exchange from the Catamaran program Dr. Gołota told in the morning session. And the program starts in 2021, and we are still continuing. It gets great review from the students, and is addressed for Polish students, for AGH students, and also for Japanese students. So we have Polish and not Polish, English and Japanese version of our materials. If someone is interested, you can visit the webpage shown here, so e3.agh.edu.pl. So just to conclude, I think at all it was a really nice decision to participate in the program. It opened really great opportunities. And if someone considering participation in some kind of double programs, I think it's challenging, but after all, it is worth of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marcin, and congratulations and good luck in all of your future endeavors. The rector of AGH can be proud of you, that's for sure. Okay, we have one more excellent individual, Adriana. Oh, there you are. All right. Hey, this is Adriana Warkuszewska, everybody. Okay, Adriana, so you are a chemist, as I understand. Is that correct?
Chemist.
Oh, okay.
No.
What is your field? Oh, by the way, if she's not a chemist, she must have a Japanese husband then, you know? Any Japanese husband?
No, actually, not yet.
All right. Please come on stage and tell us all about you. Give her a big hand again, Adriana Warkuszewska.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adriana Warkuszewska, and today I will have a pleasure to share with you how a double degree shaped my career path. In this presentation, I've included my personal insights, so I hope it will allow you to see what's the biggest value of such programs from a student perspective. Okay, and a few words about me, just to provide you with some context. So, as you might have seen the first slide, I am an alumna of a double degree program. I've studied at Lodz University of Technology in collaboration with Excelia Business School with a focus on international business management. And today feels quite special for me because in this exact room I've spent a significant part of my studies, so I'm really grateful that I have a chance to present you my experiences just here. Currently, I work as a senior consultant in one of the Big Four companies. I specialize in change management and HR transformations. I've been also heavily involved in Erasmus student network for many, many years, and I might be a little bit biased here, but I believe this organization has an invaluable impact on student mobility, and it also strengthened my interest in international education. And speaking of student mobility, I have quite extensive mobility experience myself. I've participated in total 4 exchanges, so I will be speaking for a perspective of a student who really made the best of what Erasmus Plus program has to offer. And also foreign languages, traveling, new experiences, they've always been a big part of my life. So a double degree was just a natural extension of that. And now let me walk you through my double degree journey. So it started long before my master's studies. I made this decision already in 2019 during my first exchange. I've received a lot of support from our student mobility division. They assured me that this is the right opportunity for me, and they helped me on the whole way. In 2021, I've started my master's studies in Lodz University of Technology, and I have to admit it was quite challenging, especially this first year, because I had to comply with the requirements of both universities, and also there were some complementary courses I had to take, and I had to organize my own schedule to fit it all, but it was all worth it, because in 2022, I was already ready to go for my semester in La Rochelle. I instantly fell in love with the city, and because I used to be a sailing addict, it was like a dream come true for me. And I also appreciated the university very much, because I believe those master programs were very well designed. So it gave me a lot of different practical skills. And what I've also enjoyed was the semester of the internship, the obligatory 6 months of internship that I had to apply for. It wasn't an easy task to find one, but I really felt like the opportunities were endless, because I was able to look for the internship in the whole Europe. And that's how I ended up in Berlin. Where I completed my internship in global change management. That gave me a lot of hands-on experience, and in the meantime, I was also writing my master thesis in collaboration with 2 supervisors, one from France, one from Poland. The one from France was actually German, but I thought it is impossible to somehow work in such a team with 2 supervisors, comply with all the requirements, but it actually helped me a lot, because they had complementary expertise, and thanks to them as well, I was able to graduate in 2023. So that's my journey, and now let me tell you about the benefits. So what I've actually got from my double degree. First of all, this broader academic perspective. Studying in 2 different academic environments, it really helps us to have a bigger perspective and look at the same topics from totally different angles. And obviously, each university is different. So thanks to this experience, in my case, even 3 different academic settings, I was able to benefit from everything that each university has to offer. Then also yesterday over the dinner, I was talking about the doors which this international education opens. And for me, that was actually the case, that I was able to pursue an international career, and this double degree is something that recruiters really see as an added value. So it is instantly noticed, and it really gives us a lot of benefit on the job market. And something obvious, so this language and intercultural competencies. Every student who participated in some mobilities doesn't even realize that, but we are very much fluent in this international settings. We are able to learn the languages, practice it, and also integrate with international teams. And that's an amazing added value for us. And I need to admit that Excelia in La Rochelle does it really well when it comes to the integration of students, and also this whole pushing us to using French. That was a great opportunity to practice my language skills as well. And then the professional growth and adaptability. Because double degree stretched me far beyond my comfort zone, and I had to develop some skills to be able to face different challenges with confidence. And now I can admit that I really rely on those skills I've gained during this time in my everyday work. And of course, people I've met during this journey, so my classmates, the professors, my colleagues, they create a global network, and I am really connected with them, and it also opens a lot of doors. So I need to say that people who we met during the journey are really the biggest benefit of this whole experience. But these were just some general benefits of the double degree programs and international mobility. Now about universities I've studied at, what I personally appreciated the most. So I had a lot of academic independence. As mentioned, I had to comply with different requirements. I was no longer guided step by step. I had to take ownership over my own learning path, and that gave me a lot and taught me a lot. So I am very grateful for that. And that also leads me to the flexibility I had, because in France, for example, we were able to choose our own track. And I've also learned so many different perspectives, areas, fields I wasn't even aware of. So I was able to just choose my focus, my interest, and find something for me on the way. Another thing, which is, in my opinion, a future of our education, so any project-based and problem-based learning. In both universities, it is very much developed. So I was studying in different international teams, doing projects, working on case studies. And thanks to that, I was really able to gain some practical skills. So yes, in my opinion, this is really the best way of studying for students especially. And I also need to appreciate our professors, because in many cases there were practitioners with this substantial industry experience, and thanks to that they provided a lot of insights what the business expects from us, and also they had this perspective from the job market, which was invaluable for us, especially during my course of study. And last but not least, I believe we can repeat it over and over again in every presentation about mobility, but this strong exposure to cultures, thanks to such experience like working in those international teams, I've really learned much more than any textbook could taught me. And now briefly about my career path after the double degree. I will start with the internship I mentioned, because this was really the beginning, the starting point of my career path. In Berlin, I joined the global change management team, and I was working in some global teams on many different global projects, mainly in HR domain. And cooperating with international teams, with people from 64 different countries, I really felt like I'm in my natural habitat. So it was great, and they gave me a lot of responsibility, and thanks to that, I was able to gain a lot of hands-on experience. And that led me to my first job. It was in the same company, but in Polish entity. And I was employed as a change manager, working on the same global projects and many more. And I was specializing in digital HR, because I do not have a background in chemistry, but actually in computer science. I am a computer science engineer, and even though it's not my favorite field, I really benefit from the knowledge I've gained there, because now I am able to work in consultancy and specialize in digital transformation, supporting different organizations in introducing any digital tools, and so on. So I somehow managed to combine all of the skills I've gathered during my studies, so IT, HR, change management, and those intercultural understandings as well. So to close my presentation, I just want to leave you with a few thoughts. The first one is that international education opens doors. I didn't even realize that was the case for me, because when I thought about my career in the past, I never thought that this would be my way and that's how my professional life is going to go. So that's really thanks to the double degree program I took part in. then it also doesn't define this path, but it expands it a lot because of all those different perspectives and inspiring people I met on the way. I was able to find something for myself and find my focused interests, and that really shaped me and my career. And last but not least, the real value of a double degree begins long after graduation. When I was a student, I didn't realize that people need years of training, workshops, many textbooks, courses, and so on to learn languages, intercultural understanding, collaborating in international teams. And for us, Erasmus generation, it is just a natural skill which we gain on the way. So I didn't realize it back then, but I really do now. And I use it every day. So thank you very much for having me here, and I was really grateful that I could share my experiences with you. If you'd like to connect, here's contact to me, and please also approach me during the lunch if you'd like to. Thank you so much.
Adrianna Warkoczewska. Thank you very much, Adriana. That was inspiring. Thank you very much. And actually, you're absolutely right. I'm looking at Marcin right now, but the study of energy, the study of light is more physics than chemistry, isn't it? More or less, okay. I'm not looking at Professor Naskrensky, who's a physicist, but we'll talk about that later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, anyway, we are in great shape time-wise. In 5 minutes, we're starting lunch, which will last 1 hour. So we're meeting back here exactly 3 p.m. So now, everybody, please enjoy your lunch break and see you soon in 1 hour. Thank you. is entitled European Degree, Expectations, Chances and Perspectives. And let me welcome to the floor everyone. May I have your attention? Thank you. We're starting session number 4. Thank you very much. The moderator of this session is none other than Professor Patrycja Matusz, University of Wrocław. Applause, applause, applause. And with her, please come on stage, Patrycja. With her, please join us on stage from the European Commission, Jan Mael Bido. From the University of Cadiz, Spain, Laura Howard. Welcome, Laura. From the Czech National Agency for International Education and Research, Teresa Svobodova. And of course, from Université de Technologie de Troyes in France, Timothée Toury. All right, guys, we need to finish before, where are you, Patrycja? Here, okay. So at 4 o'clock, everyone needs to be in various breakout rooms. So 5 minutes before 4 o'clock, if we can finish, that would be lovely, okay? All right, so I'm getting out of here. Microphone is yours. Everyone enjoy.
Już nie. Okay, welcome back after lunch. I know that the hardest time of the conference is just started after lunch, but prime time, okay. We are doing our best to entertain you so you don't take a nap after the lunch. I told you this morning that it was my final stand-up, but you see, you never know. Okay, we are going to do it the old-fashioned way, so there will be no presentations. I forced my panelists not to use the presentation. There was a big fight, but finally we decided not to use the PowerPoint presentation. You have my panelists, the best experts, so we think we can answer some questions. Okay, let us start with the first, let's say, warming up, because not only during the Polish presidency, but during various meetings in Europe, in different universities, I've got the impression that we are still struggling to define what European degree and what European label mean to the not only institutions, but all in general to the whole system. And it refers not only to our, let's say, expert bubble, but also to people who are in the higher education system. So my first question would be, if you can share your experiences and your idea, how do we define the European degree and label? And in your opinion, what's the added value? What is the whole story about from your perspective? I don't know with whom should I start. Thank you for helping me out. Jan Mael, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I promise I won't take the entire 50 minutes that we have to explain this.
I will stop you.
Yes. So, the European degree. It started as an idea some years ago from the Commission. That basically stemmed from the fact that since the origin of the Bologna process, you can date back from the Sorbonne Declaration, so even before the Bologna process started, there was the ambition to have joint diploma between countries. And that's not something that we invent. That's something that has been going on for quite some time. We have more than 20 years of Erasmus Mundus in Erasmus. But we know that the joint programs, and in particular joint degrees, are extremely, extremely difficult to create because different national legislation, different rules, Bologna tools not implemented everywhere or in different ways. So the idea of the European degree is let's do something about this. And there you have two concepts that emerged through the discussions. One is what we refer as the Joint European Degree label, and the other is what we refer as the Joint European Degree. So label is important, and we had long, difficult negotiations this year within the Council, but that was very helpful because in the end we have clearly a roadmap where we say we're aiming toward a possible Joint European Degree as a type of degrees that can be awarded by several universities at once. So a legal framework to create joint degrees that would be the same in every country. So instead of starting from your national starting point and trying to see how it fits with the other one, let's adopt a common framework to create joint degrees. That goes a bit beyond just what we know in quality assurance already exists today. That's kind of scary for certain national authorities, even though the idea is obviously to do that respecting fully national competencies. We are not creating a new level of competence at EU level. We are not creating European quality assurance accreditation bodies or whatever. We respect national competencies, but we acknowledge the fact that when we work together, we need common tools. That's it. But a bit scary. So let's start a bit lower with what we call the label. And the label is basically something that has exactly the same characteristics as what the Joint European Degree would be, but based on the existing, to show that actually the ultimate goal is possible. It's very difficult to achieve, but if you manage to overcome all the challenges, you can achieve it, and you can already call it a Joint European Degree with a label. So that's what we are starting to do now. We are preparing the rollout of this label that should start to be available in mid-2026. So we should have the first graduation ceremonies, ideally with the students in September, October, where they will receive their joint degree with a nice label attached to it. And this is sort of a preparation phase to also show everyone that it can work, it has added value, and there is merit to make it even easier for universities to get there, possibly with a real Joint European Degree at the end of it. So that's what I can very quickly say about the distinction between these two things.
Yes, thank you very much. Going to the 2029, you mean, as the end point, or maybe earlier?
We'll see.
Possibly. Laura is not only representing the University of Cardiff, but it's also involved in the as the member of the advisory board to the Commission, so we can compare at least two levels of the multi-level governance in this case.
Thank you, Patricia, and good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that because of the bright lights, we can only really see the people who are in the centre. So if you're wanting to have a little siesta, then the sides of the room are the best place, because we won't know because we can't really see your faces. Okay? And just to clarify, the advisory board that I'm part of is an advisory board to the Policy Lab that is working on the development of the implementation of the European degree label. So very briefly, I actually, in a way, I feel a little bit sorry for the European degree label because it's got so many expectations hanging on it. So much is being said about it and speculated about it, and so much work is being done on it, and so many people have so many very positive expectations that it's going to solve all the problems that we have these days in putting together and running joint programs. Other people see it as the source of all evil that's going to mean that things have to change drastically and that some people will be shut out. Some universities will not be able to offer joint programs because they can't comply with some of the criteria. There's so much being said about it, and I think that we need to give it some time and some space and have faith and realize that this first phase that will be kicking off, as Jan Mayen has said, in mid-2026, is opening a door. It's opening a door to solving all these problems that within the Erasmus Mundus world have been talked about now for so long, with joint programs in general, is something that we've all been battling against from our different institutions for a long time now. And the Bologna tools that have been in existence for so long and yet are still not fully implemented. That's a lot of baggage to carry for a label and for a European degree. But I personally, I'm one of the believers. I really believe that this can help us to make those changes, but we have to give it space and time, and we have to allow it to start up in next year. And it'll work. It'll help us to move forward and to make these things become what we hoped they would be when we started out on this road.
Thank you very much. Jan Mael mentioned the hard negotiations, and there were so many doubts from some member states about the European degree. The national agencies also mentioned some obstacles. So Teresa is representing the national agency, so let's hear from this level, please.
Yes, hello, good afternoon from my side as well, and thank you for having me here at the panel. Yes, I'm representing a Czech national agency, and we are very pleased that actually Czechia has been since the beginning one of the member states that were in favor of a European degree and its label as well. So we are happy that it's getting more and more concrete, even though, of course, there are some obstacles, as we mentioned already. For example, in Czechia, there is an issue with the European approach, which is clearly mentioned in the criteria for European degree label, and maybe in the future, probably also in the European degree. So I will maybe touch on this later on, but this is one of the parts of the discussion. However, overall, we see the European degree and also the label as Jan Mael mentioned, something to implement really the existing tools already and facilitate the joint degrees implementation, such as the European approach, even though we clearly communicate with our all stakeholders that in the beginning it might not mean directly like easier implementation, because, for example, European approach accreditation might be more burdensome, let's say, than the institutional accreditation, national level, etc. So yeah, we try to be really transparent on this, but in the end, we consider that Czech higher education institutions that we are in contact with really feel very positive about it and are willing to implement it. So yes, and the other side also we see, to get to the point of the question, not only the implementation of the Bologna tools and facilitation in the end of implementation of joint degree programs, but also actually some, and especially the label now, is some kind of seal of excellence that is really testifying that the joint study program fulfills the highest standard criteria, and that's actually the highest added value seen by the Czech higher education institutions. So that's the main thing. And also maybe what is important now is the communication, as we mentioned already. Some confusion about the European degree label and the European degree being only aiming at the alliances, for example. It's a very common misconception. And even within the alliances, when we are having regular meetings as us as NA, even the alliances actually are asking, okay, so the criteria are out, you know, since May or March, May, and we have been showing them for some time. But even now, when we are talking about, for example, the European degree label call, which was upcoming in December, for the universities to implement it, we get some questions like, okay, does all the alliance need to be involved? And we are like, no, of course not. Like, read the criteria, it's only 2 institutions, etc. So we really see this need for bigger communication and dissemination of what it really is, even among the higher education institutions.
It's what I started with this question, because I have the feeling in the discussions that we still need to do a lot in terms of communication, but to avoid all the misconceptions around it. Timothy is going to clarify all this. So label and degree as a final word in this session.
Clarifying. I will mainly take the example of engineering because both I can take the choose of a member of CTE, and yes, we have some questions, we discussed that, and Secretary General of an alliance that is mainly focusing on technology and engineering. In the field of engineering, for about 20 years, we already have a European label called EURACE, European Accredited Engineering Program. If I'm not mistaken, around 3,000 programs are accredited in Europe and in the world. But I like to focus on more than this question of label, because in a way we already have it, we have a lot of experience, a common framework that has been revised many times and so on. Here we are discussing about double degrees and joint degrees, but the question is the following. We need clearly to have a new generation of Europeans. We see all the challenges that Europe is facing, internally, externally, and we need that the new generation is really Europeanized, more than us, at every level. And the question is the following. Double degrees and joint degrees are clearly giving a wonderful added value. But for those who are in this kind of programs, which percentage of our students could really get a joint degree or a double degree? More or less, joint degree should be a couple of thousand per year, with double degree a couple of dozen of thousand per year. But compared to the 4 million of students who are graduated yearly in Europe, even with European approach, what is a good thing, very good things, and even with any kind of effort, we will never be able to address more than a couple of % of the student. And here this is a question. What about the more than 90% other students? What are we doing for them? And we see the European degree as the answer to that. How can we bring Europe to all these students that we will never be able to bring this double degree and joint degree. So we are experimenting some solution ideas to see how actually we can bring to the student all the added value, long-term physical mobility, all the European skills to the student without having the wonderful but huge burden of building joint programs everywhere.
It's going to be my next questions about students, but before we go there, we know that the Council adopted the three-phase way towards the full European degree in 2029. I would like to ask you what are the most important and steps for all of us from different levels to get there finally in 2029, starting with Jan Mild, because we need some explanation where we are from the Commission point of view. So please use the opportunity to explain the work.
So where we are now is that basically in May 2025, the countries have agreed that we should have a label in mid-2026, a label that is called Joint European Degree Label, that is based on criteria they have adopted. Me, I'm a civil servant. My job is to make it work. So my job is that this label is available as from mid-2026. And this is the most important step now. We are working together with excellent experts, including Laura, on making it happen with the national authorities in what we call this policy lab, whose role is basically to create a procedure so universities can apply to get this label. We had the first meeting a couple of weeks ago, and I'm quite confident that we'll make it. And it's very important that this first step is successful, because we may want to, of course, go beyond that. We may want to look at what a joint European degree, or not joint, just European degrees everywhere could be. But in order to convince countries that we need to move forward, we also have to show that this simple step, that should be at least a simple step, can be accomplished. So that's very important that this first phase is successful. We have, in terms of communication efforts, now European degree forums that will be organized every year. These are communication, dissemination events, so we can talk about where we are at and what the next steps are. We had the first one in Florence a couple of weeks ago. There will be another one next year, probably another one the year after, and so on, along with the implementation. Now, what can you do? National authorities, if you are working in the Quality Assurance Agency, if you're working in the ministry, it's important that you take this opportunity to have a critical look at what you do and if you are open to join programs today or not. And if not, what are the issues that exist in your own national context? Sometimes these issues stem from the fact that when you created the rule, you didn't think of the possibility of joint programs. And we are going to support you, each of you. I actually invite everyone to get in touch with me. We are currently mapping the different obstacles that exist in all EU countries. And we just finalizing France, Spain, Germany, including Bavaria, and Poland. So I invite you to get in touch and we can exchange this information to make sure it's accurate. And with that, everyone knows what they can work on. And of course, you know, speaking from the European Commission, when we enter in discussion with national authorities, there is always the suspicion that we are trying to replace them or overcome their national competencies or have some evil plot behind. So it's very important for us to show, and that I think that was something that worked very well in the negotiations as well, and I'm very grateful to people like Patricia and other people from the sector who showed that this was actually a demand from the sector, that they need solutions and they are calling for it. So it's not just a commission plot, it's an actual need from the ground. And therefore, we are going to support higher education institutions that want to have programs that can get this label. So we can showcase it's possible, it's good for you as institutions, it's good for you as countries, it's good for your students. So there will be 2 calls that will be published in the coming weeks before Christmas. And there we'll have front runners that can show all the success that we can build on. And this will help us to move forward. Along the different steps, we'll be able to build evidence, to be more convincing, to show where are the gaps, where we can do better, and so on. But we need to advance all together, otherwise it simply is not going to work. So I invite everyone to get on board with the initiative, and that's only like that we can move forward.
To the long list of added values, I would also add the voluntary nature of this things, so that nobody forced us to do it, but we just have the space to do it if we want. It's also very important because I got the impression that sometimes it seemed to be like an obligatory thing, and it is not obligatory at all. Laura, can you share with us the stage of work among the experts, the disagreement or maybe the agreement around it? It would be interesting.
So in the advisory board, what we're doing is working to prepare different versions of the operational guide. That's the name that it has now, because, as you know, the criteria were approved in May. You've all seen them. They are what they are. But moving from the criteria as they have been published to what does that mean, how can we check that a given joint programme complies with those criteria so that it can be awarded the label or maybe in the future be considered a European joint degree. Of course, that all has to be operationalised. It has to be clear what this criteria means, how can you prove that you are complying with it, what documents would need to be provided to prove that. And that is not an easy task. So in the advisory board, we are working. We have already produced a first version, which has been discussed in the policy lab itself with all the representatives from member states and other Europe-wide bodies from the sector. And we are now going to produce the second version with all the feedback and the suggestions, and that's not just coming from the policy lab, that's also coming from all the many events that are being held over recent weeks and will be over the coming weeks related to joint programs and to the European degree. I think Jan-Mael has his suitcase permanently packed from all the events that he is attending, as many of you are as well. So a lot of information coming in, but if we are going to, and we will, stick to the timeline and have this operational for next year, there will come a time when this is the version that we have, and this is what we have to move forward with as much consensus as possible. And then we have the space, as Jan-Mayer mentioned, to try it out and to see how it works. And there will obviously be things that need fine-tuning, that need maybe a little bit of adjusting here and there, because we can see that they don't work like they should be doing, or that there was something that hadn't been foreseen. But we've got to start somewhere, and I think we're in a good place. We're moving forward, and hopefully by spring we will have the final version of this operational guide. And then, of course, all the accreditation agencies will need to become familiar with it and see how they're going to deal with it. Self-accrediting institutions will also need to become aware of what they need to do if they want to accredit their programs, and so on. But that's where we are at the moment.
Teresa, what's the most important tasks or maybe challenges do you see from your perspective on the way to the full implementation? I'm referring constantly about the full because I dream about the European degree.
Yes, so it's important first for me to say that in Czechia, joint degrees are already possible and many consortia already have them. So we are not, fortunately, very restrictive in legislative matters, such as other countries might be. So this is a good news. However, as I already mentioned before, the big discussion currently between us as national agency, the Ministry of Education, and also of course, National Accreditation Bureau in Czechia, is about the European approach that I mentioned. So currently we are in a need for really an adaptation of accreditation processes in Czechia. And this year, actually, the National Accreditation Bureau changed with a change of law, but unfortunately, not all the, let's say, criteria to fulfill with the Bologna standards and the quality assurance standards to be able to apply for Acquire and Enquire were fulfilled yet. So currently the National Accreditation Bureau is preparing a proposal that will consult with the Czech higher education institutions next year, in the first half of next year, and then we'll submit it to the government, which will have to validate it. And hopefully, we believe really that in 27 the application for Acquire and Enquire will be submitted. So then the Czech National Accreditation Bureau will be also able to evaluate according to European approach standards. But it's only one side of the coin, you know, because there's also the question of recognition, you know, of the evaluation by foreign agencies. So in case, even in the context of European degree label and European degree in the future, if a German agency registered at Acquire accredits the program, in today's Czech system, it's not recognized, so there will be need for a legislative change, which will be, of course, lengthy. But we are really working on it, and the Ministry and the National Accreditation Bureau are motivated, the new management of the National Accreditation Bureau. So we are fully supporting as a national agency, and we are also using this political momentum to create, as three institutions on a national level, some guidelines directed for the higher education institutions, not only about European degree label, but including it, of course. And we are aiming to really create a document which will guide step by step. If you're a newcomer and you want to set up a joint study program, of course, also joint degree program, it starts by definition exactly to avoid every mistakes about what is joint study program, what is not joint study program, what is dual study program, what is, you know, all these, as was mentioned in the first presentation this morning. So right through the accreditation process, etc. So we are working on this, and hopefully next year it will be available for the higher education institutions in Czechia. And other important thing is that the ministry created a national working group on preparing the implementation of the European degree label. So again, involving us, the National Accreditation Bureau, National Agency, Ministry representatives, but also some representatives of Czech higher education institutions, that are having extensive experience with joint degrees, not only within Erasmus Mundus, but of course, including Erasmus Mundus. Yeah. So we are working on all these tasks.
Good to hear it. Timothy, the question. Do you think that because you mentioned so many cooperation and so many French universities already having different joint and double programs, do you think they will be interested in getting the European label, or do they see it as a step towards European degree, or just a stamp of their high quality of education?
For the question of the label, as soon as it will be available, I'm pretty sure that every university that is participating in a way or another to a joint degree will try to get it. Of course, as soon as we can give an extra label to our student, we do it. Then the consequences of this label, let's see what it gives. But for sure, I'm pretty sure that every joint degree will try to get the label if they are fitting the criteria, obviously. Now, if we are thinking of the European degree per se, we cannot decide, oh, tomorrow morning we start a European degree. We need to experiment a lot. Because maybe there is a question here that we need to address. When you're talking about a degree, there are two things. First of all, the degree will be accepted by the economy, so European degree, European economy, and it would make sense for the European society too. So it's not us to decide if this degree will be good or not. If it's the student, the employer, the society that will, in a way or another, express that this degree makes sense for them. And we cannot just start from scratch in one day. We need to experiment a lot before. And we have to balance this point of view. This is like a kind of market that decides if this degree is okay or not, with the academic freedom. What happens within the university? What kind of criteria do we accept or not? What does it mean? And sometimes there is so much political discussions that we forget, hey, by the way, academic freedom. And it might be the same. We say, hey, we need to defend academic freedom, and just one sentence after, you will do that. There is a balance. And this question can be very, very tricky for European degree. That's why we need to take benefit of the coming years to experiment, because there is the legal shell, whatever it will be, European degree. But what about the content? We need to build the content in parallel. We need to experiment it. And something that is very interesting is that we realized, we more or less knew it, but we definitely realized it in the pilot project that has been opened 2-3 years ago, 2023, if I'm not mistaken. And some of us participated to that. If ministries are here, working together, universities there, an accreditation agency here, it doesn't work. But if we are all around the same table, all together, ministries, representative, accreditation agencies, and universities, it works quite well. And we can sometimes just in a couple of hours find the solution to the problems we were facing for years, just because we have the same endeavor and we can discuss together. And I think we should take benefit of the coming years to actually experiment that, so that when the question will be ripe enough of having a full-fledged European degree, we will have some material to put inside, and some material that makes sense for the society's economy and especially for the student.
Thank you very much. I think it is a very good point that we need all the stakeholders together to work on the European degree, because if we want it to be something important, which can change our educational space, it must be in the dialogue. So I agree with you. But during the discussions also, we hear that the implementation of European degree and the label and the European degree, there is a risk of creating two leaks of programs. One being the prestigious with the label and finally with the degree, and the second being without it. What is your opinion? Is it a threat? Do you see any threat? Do you see any potential solutions how to avoid this discussion? It goes not only to the degree, but also to alliances. So the threat of creating like two parallel worlds. I see, Jan-Mael, it concerns you.
It doesn't really concern me.
That's good.
Because obviously I heard that many times in the context of this initiative, but I heard that many times in the context of all initiatives. Mm-hmm. When I wasn't there when Erasmus was negotiated, obviously, but I always like to remind the fact that we have Erasmus today, but it was rejected 3 times before it was actually accepted. And the fear back then of the big countries was that it would degrade the quality of our educational programs. Then when Erasmus Mundus came up, there's a fear of that's a 2-tier system, we don't like that. Alliances came out, 2-tier system again. So every time we are aiming for quality, there's always this fear that, oh my God, we might make something of very high quality. But then if we are afraid of what we are capable of offering, if we're afraid of an offer that is of very high quality, then what are we doing? I mean, isn't that the point of education, to always aim for quality? Now, at least it will make things clearer in terms of what the degree has to offer. Because now, okay, you're students, you have this offer of double program, you don't really know what's in there for you until you actually look into it in detail. It's very unclear what the difference is between this program and the program you could have locally. At least, even with the label, that would be clear from the start. You know you're entering this type of things, and you know you can expect this type of things for your program. And then that's up to you to decide if that's something for you or not. It doesn't necessarily mean it's of better quality. It means it's different. And that's a decision for the students to make. And for the institutions to decide that they actually want to offer these kind of things, or if they want to offer something else that might be of equal or even higher quality, but different. So I think it's actually a clarification of what these things can offer to the students, and we shouldn't be afraid of what we can do together, really. When has any international cooperation led to reduced quality overall or degradation of national systems? Never. Never. It has only improved the quality of national systems. So let's not be afraid of ourselves.
I hope we are not. But it's always the discussion when we come closer with the integration that it's a lot of threats involved. Laura.
Yes, well, I fully agree with everything that Jan Mael has said. And I think maybe if we take it one step further and think, so, okay, there's concern that this might create a 2-tier system. So what do we do? Then never try out anything new and never move forward. It is a voluntary label. I think it would be very different if we were saying every joint program has to meet these standards. Then that would create a lot of problems. But that's not the case. It is purely voluntary for those institutions, for those programs that think that they would rather like to have this label, that they feel that they are offering a European joint program and would like that to be known. But that doesn't mean that other joint programs that do not have that profile or do not have that desire are not still going to be very valid, very worthwhile programs that will still receive a lot of students in the same way as normal, in inverted commas, degree programs, single degree programs offered by one institution will always have a place. And I don't think that we need to be concerned by the fact that not everyone will be able to comply with the criteria and apply for the label. In the same way as with Erasmus Mundus, there are still many excellent joint master's programs that are not Erasmus Mundus and that still are very demanded and high-quality programs.
I just sign it.
Okay, so
I can still develop a bit, but yeah, agree on everything, and we see it as more as an opportunity than a threat. And I think the higher education institutions should see it this way as well. And we are very happy that the Czech higher education institutions we are in contact with are really seeing it this way. Especially, we noticed actually that the smaller regional institutions, maybe like lower in global rankings, are seeing it as a really, as I mentioned, seal of excellence, and are really aiming for it because it could offer them bigger visibility and showcase their excellence as well. So that's also maybe a point to consider for all those that are afraid that it's maybe really creating a double speed system. I think they could really see it as an opportunity to showcase their excellence, and we should, of course, aim for better quality of joint educational offers and yes.
Yeah, I agree that for the smaller universities, it can be a chance to jump into internationalization and have a chance to create something together, which is probably easier than do it on your own.
If I may just add, I heard in the debates when we were like, a year ago or so, some critics also from several universities in other countries, big ones, maybe like well-known, that were afraid that, we don't need a European degree because we have our own branding, we want to keep the European degree. So you always hear these like opposing critics from all the parts, and I think, it's not compulsory, and if you take it positively, you can take the most of it to suit your institution's needs.
Timothy, I count on you to disagree with them.
No. No.
I did my best.
I agree with all of them. And no, I fully second that. And to go one step further, I think it's not fair when we say there is a hierarchy. It's not fair because, first of all, we have joint degrees, double degrees. Of course, it's already a kind of hierarchy compared to the standard degrees. It's not fair to say, oh, we already have our make, our trademark. I don't see where a European degree is in conflict with the fact that it's issued by prestigious universities. But let's come back to this question of leagues, tiers, and so on. What is the first thing that the universities are trying to do? To be at the top in the ranking. Shanghai, THE, QS, and so on. Hey, and as soon as,
You break my heart.
Yeah, we were 312, and this year we are 309, so make a huge communication. And then, no hierarchy. I don't believe in that. However, we are human, we are academics, we are universities, we are always making a kind of hierarchy. But we need to think two main elements. First of all, we need to bring Europe and to bring the best of Europe, especially to the student who will not go spontaneously toward Europe. Mm-hmm. This is our role. It's not to bring actually Europe to the student like my children. I mean, as teenagers already traveled Europe, they speak more languages than me and so on. They don't need it. But the children of my neighbor, if we don't bring Europe to them, they will not go toward Europe. And at the end, they vote crazy things, and then we are all afraid of the next election. Yes, but let's be clear. If we don't bring Europe to these people, if we let them thinking that Europe is not for them, they will not buy the European project, and then we have some consequences. And another concern, yes, this is an inner question, but the outer question. In engineering, there is more and more university or curricular universities that are looking at ABET. This is American Accreditation Agency, because that's very prestigious. So if there is two tiers, I really prefer that the top one is European and, if possible, not American.
Yes. I share with you the big responsibility that we have for the new generation of Europeans and for the European integration, so thank you very much for this. The last questions, and we have 5 minutes because I want to give the space for questions. The last and final question is about students, the beneficiaries of all this. What kind of added value do you see, and how do we strengthen the mobility, knowing that there is a crisis in accommodations around Europe and that mobility sometimes is not accessible for everyone, as Timothy mentioned? Shortly, because
Very
we have
shortly.
5 minutes for every of you.
Let's not expect the European degree to solve the housing crisis. That's not going to happen.
But the Commission should do it.
It should. Give us more money and maybe. But we have to look at things also not necessarily in a way that is binary. It's not European degree or mobility. Erasmus mobility will stay, and it should be offered to the maximum number of people, and we should really promote it more and more. If people are getting less and less interested, which I'm not convinced about, anyway, we should go and offer to the widest possible student population to go on mobility. Now, then, the joint European degree. Joint and double program, there are very few in Europe. We don't know exactly how many, but that probably represent like 2-3% of the total offer of programs in Europe. It's very little. If we can get to a point where it's not that hard to create joint programs, to award joint degrees, but it's something that comes, easier, that comes also more naturally, it's kind of normalized. Then if we can raise the bar, we'll have an offer that reach more students. I don't believe that only 2 or 3% of the students are interested in joint and double programs. That's not true. There are many more that will benefit from that. And through that, they can have a very integrated European experience. Indeed, it's very good for their, in terms of personal development, professional development, in terms of balanced mobility, because they don't belong to only one education system, strengthen their capacity and the right to move around, but also very important, there is, especially in smaller countries, there's no country in Europe that has the capacity to offer all the education program that we need today at European scale. And there are many countries in which some education programs, some specialties are not available at all. And joint programs can be a way to bring these opportunities to them and retain them in the system, because otherwise what are they going to do? They will move away, and they're not going to come back to their home country. So that's also an opportunity to have the right to go abroad, but also the right to stay for more students while benefiting from international experience. Done.
Stop.
Well, I think there's about, a minute and a half left? No, that's fine.
30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. Well, I think to answer that question, maybe we need to revisit the session that we had just before lunch, because I think the testimonies of the students that had been on, done joint programs and been on mobility and everything that they said, which was really, I don't think if we'd written the texts for them that we could have made a better testimony to the effects of being part of a joint program like that. So, I think that if you add to that a program which is going to assure that it reflects European values, the green agenda, interdisciplinarity, student-centered learning, all this is part of the European joint degree, that it's a package that once people try it, once students try it, the word of mouth is going to mean that other students will also want to try this out. I would like to. It's just a bit late for me.
Yes, very quickly as well. I think it will strengthen mobility naturally because mobility is embedded in the criteria in the programs. So of course, but we should not forget it's only a small part of all the joint or the educational offer of all the universities, as we mentioned. So we are not really afraid of skyrocketing the numbers of mobilities. But one thing we are, as national agencies, thinking of is also funding the mobilities within joint degrees, because we know that it's happening already now that, well, technically in Czechia, for example, the students who will receive a degree from university should be fully enrolled at that university. So technically there is no host country, host institution and sending institution, and receiving institution, but like all our mother institutions, let's say. So that creates kind of a problem. And even though we, of course, know that currently some consortia are using KA 131 funds to fund the mobility within their joint degree program, it's kind of gray zone. So yeah, we'll have to see for the future how it goes. Also in the next Erasmus Plus program period, there were mentions of some specific financing mechanisms for joint degrees, if I'm not mistaken. So. Yeah, that's in the discussions as well concerning the mobility.
It would be very necessary. Timothy, you already mentioned the labor market in the context of the students and the degree. So what can you add to this?
We need to see the European degree to offer these 2 European competencies to most of the students so that every student can see Europe as their playground and not being afraid of what may happen beyond the border. So it leads to something, if we want to have something that is scalable and that can address every student, this is flexibility. Flexibility where? Because we have a dream. A student in going in a new university there, because it's not far from their parents' house, just for a national bachelor, if I may. And then we realize, oh, with this elective, that mobility, I can go here, there. And at the end, I come back with a European degree. They enter national curriculum, they end with a European degree. Because we cannot ask to every student that 18 or maybe 20 to think their life in Europe per se. We need actually to bring Europe to them thanks to some things that can be plugged on our national curriculum for the sake of most of them.
Thank you very much. I told you I had just a brilliant panelists. And now time for questions. We have 5 minutes. You told us 5 to 4. At least 2 questions.
Okay, well, one question quick here.
A short question about the future, quick one. Let's imagine that we are in the 2027 and the mission around the label is accomplished. What further steps should be taken to make a European degree a reality, not only a dream?
2027 is next year, or almost. That's quite optimistic. But okay, let's say we have done all the job. Then our job is to give information on what worked well. I think we're asked by the Council to give an evaluation. And then the Council, if it is to make new decisions in the future, needs a proposal. And we are the body responsible for making proposals, so I guess we have to get ready for making proposals for the future.
I'm a troublemaker, and yes. And last one, Martin, please. But we need a...
The microphone. Okay. See, who has the microphone has the power.
I have
All right,
2.
make it quick, please.
Udo Thelen from the Franco-German University, Université Franco-Allemande, Deutsch-Französische Hochschule. Great panel, great contributions. Thank you very much. Well, 87% of the 200 Franco-German joint programs funded by the Franco-German University are double degree programs. So I somehow live under the assumption that, well, most students, most alumni, 30,000 alumni, and most employers really appreciate their double degree, their 2 distinctive diplomas for 2 distinctive labor markets, and of course, cross-border labor market. So personally, I can see some of the elements of an added value of the European degree. But I was wondering, do you have evidence coming from employer institutions? How do they evaluate, rate the European degree? First question. And the European degree, which has necessarily to be a joint degree. So second question, why shouldn't double degrees be able to apply for a European degree label as well? I'd like to hear about that. Thank you very much.
It's a long question.
Very short answer.
Yes, please.
So the Council agreed, since it's called a joint European degree, it has to be joint degree. Because then the question is, okay, which one is the European, the French or the German? Now, it's voluntary, and in a case, if your program really targets the German and the French labor market, make complete sense to have double degree. Nobody is going to force you to turn them into joint degrees to get the label. That's perfectly fine. But in the context, I mean, double makes sense, but if we started to put joint and double and triple and quadruple and quintuple, that would start to not make sense at all anymore. And we are seeing example of programs that award 6 different degrees at the end of one program to students. And this is just very confusing for everyone, including for employers or recognition authorities that think that the student is just lying. Like, it's impossible to do 6 programs at the same time.
I have to close because he's going to kill me.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for all the questions. Thanks for the
Big applause.
Thank you very much.
All right, we need still a nice family photo, so please be upstanding, like for the European national anthem. All right, guys, and before we break out into various rooms, just a quick reminder, if we can pull the slides on the board. We have 4 rooms, and we have 4 countries. We have France, we have Germany, we have Spain, and we have Poland. So everyone who is willing to join the joint double and degree programs in France, you stay in this room. Germany, okay, may I have the slides please up? Okay, thank you. So Germany is room 02 on the ground floor. Spain is room 24. and Poland is room 01, also on the ground floor. So with France, we will have Hélène, Fabien, Emmanuel, Nathalie, Morgane, and Stephanie. For Germany, Christian, Christoph, and Udo. For Spain, we have Neringa, Laura, and Aranza. And for Poland, we have Dorota, Grzegorz, Karol, Eva, and Elżbieta. Thank you.